Chapter 61, Brothers. Who is he? Sylvester shrugged and added in his calm voice. I don't know, but does it matter? That man knows something that, if revealed, will kill your sister. Would you let him go? I'd kill him, Gabriel responded in a heartbeat. Sylvester didn't say anything instantly as he let the words settle in Gabriel's mind. What he did was for his family, and it didn't matter who he killed. May I ask what happened? What's the reason? Gabriel carefully inquired. Sylvester looked around this time at the landscape. Isn't it so peaceful inside this holy land, Gab? The air feels fresh. The people are so kind. We are like nobilities here. But the moment we step out of here, we're merely prey for those brave enough to hunt us. There is a lot of darkness out there, brother. The church and its faith keep the peace, but a select few wish to destroy it. The heathens, Gabriel exclaimed. Often the enemy is much closer than it seems. Sometimes heathens hide under the garb of a faithful. There are kingdoms whose nobles wish to free themselves from the church, so they can go back to plundering those weaker regions around us. Kill, pillage, and rape to their heart's content. What's that got to do with Roe? Sylvester interrupted quickly. That guy had talent equal to the Guardians of Light. He was one day going to be the king of a powerful kingdom, a kingdom that wished to push away the church. Words are that he ran away. How did they reach that conclusion? Sylvester had an answer prepared for that as well, with the best facial expressions he could summon. He didn't care as long as Gabriel didn't know about his inheritance because, as far as he remembers, Gabriel was very religious. He'd accept killing Rommel in a heartbeat, but not him being a heathen. I have played on the lap of the Holy Father since I was a month old. I can meet him whenever I want. That's all I can tell, or else I would have to deal with you too. Even telling you this much is putting you in danger. Just know this, Gab, I am one of the last God's favored, and most higher clergy already believes I am the true God's favored. My shoulders are digging me into the ground, brother. I basically don't have a life as the church directs it. They wish to turn me into a powerhouse so one day I can fight for them, win over Bisteria for them. And I would absolutely give my life away for this cause as long as my family is safe. If someone threatened my mum, you, Felix, or Marcus' life, I'd kill in a heartbeat, no matter who it is. He pointed at multiple people on the distant roads, any of them in a heartbeat. Gabriel deeply sighed and looked down at his feet in disappointment with himself. He felt ashamed for doubting Sylvester. I can understand. Your life is going to be hell. To be born with your gifts and talents is more a curse than a blessing. I learned this a long time ago. You cannot choose a calm, peaceful life. They will never allow you, it's sad. I can understand you. Why you go to any length for your family because that's all you have left. In that case, I'm in the same shoes. Sylvester smiled and patted Gabriel's back. No wonder fate brought us all together. We've all got a sob story, well, except Felix. His story is a bit too childish, Gabriel finished. Sylvester chuckled. Yes, you can say that, but I bet he has his reasons too. We can never put ourselves in another's shoes no matter how hard we try. Our experiences are one of the few things we can truly own. Sylvester, Gabriel stood up all of a sudden away from the edge. He appeared serious and committed. I have decided I will not become an administrator in the Holy Land. I may not be the strongest, but I have light magic. I cannot win you fights, but I can watch your back whenever needed. I will never let you carry the burden alone, never. Sylvester waved his hand. Stop, Gab, you don't want to do this. Lord knows where I will be traveling soon. Who knows, I might face a bloodling again. I can't have you die because of me. I won't be able to look your sister in the eyes. But Gabriel stood his ground. You have saved my life enough times in the past. Let me repay you now. For Raven, all I ask is that if I ever die, just give my money to her as promised in the pact. So let me make a vow, a light-back vow. Sylvester stood up too, seeing the seriousness. He was not expecting Gabriel to become this serious. and what shocked him more were the smell and taste senses. He felt no lies, fear, or jealousy. Instead, he sensed a pleasant heating sensation on the tongue with the smell of tulips, signifying worship. He used to get this reaction from those faithfuls who believed he was the true God's favored or those who just heard his hymns. Gab, what if someone forces you to break the vow then? So don't do it, he advised, and suddenly felt the sense of worship increase. Gabriel shook his head. Then I will kill myself before I open my mouth. Let me do this, Max. This is the only way you and I can remain friends as good as brothers, trust each other. Sylvester noted the firmness in Gabriel's eyes. He knew there was no stopping him now, so he agreed. Make your own vows then. I will not dictate them. Gabriel nodded and quickly pricked his right palm with a pocket knife until blood came out. Then he took the blood droplets and rubbed them all over his hand. Max. Sylvester did the same and clasped hands with him. Then as soon as Gabriel started saying some incantations, the thin layer of blood on their hands began to shine in white light. It remained as it was as he started saying his vows. By the grace of Solis, I, Gabriel Maxwell, vow to Sylvester Maximilian that I shall never reveal anything related to what happened today regarding Sylvester to anyone in any form or shape. I vow to keep everything I shall learn about Sylvester over time to myself, in all shape and form. Bless us, O Lord, may your light enlighten our paths bright. Amen. The sharp shining white light on their clasped hands vanished suddenly, but not before it condensed into the shape of thousands of strings that spread evenly on both their arms, as if locking themselves. Done, Gabriel took a deep breath. With this, no matter how far we are, if I break these vows, you will know it instantly. I shall accept any punishment from you if that happens. Sylvester was silently amazed because this was more than he was hoping for. He only wished to talk and see how loyal Gabriel was. With this, not only did his senses tell him that Gabriel believed in him, but the vow acted as a guarantee. Not to mention, he had other plans to counter things too. He hugged the guy with somewhat genuine feelings of brotherhood. And I hope I don't disappoint you and do become great one day. Now I only need to know which department they will throw me into. You're already great, Max. As for the department, I will follow no matter which one it is. Sylvester sighed and made a fake yawn, making Gabriel yawn too. Well, today was a really long day, so let's not talk about any of this to others. Agreed, this will be our secret. Let's not talk about this at all. Then let's meet at Magna Sanctum Temple tomorrow. Sylvester decided to say goodbye as he wished to give Gabriel some time to digest things, and he had to go see Xavier, as that confrontation still remained. Gabriel agreed and walked out with Sylvester. I will see you tomorrow, Max. Take care. May the light enlighten you. You too, Gab. What? Murrej was confused seeing the woman in front of him crying. He could not touch her, nor could he meow. He just looked at her with a frown because it reminded him of something from a long time ago, when his old caretaker once started to cry about some lumps and internal blood. He did not know why, but it made him sad too. So he went to Sylvester's bed and tucked himself half under the pillow to feel the warmth. At the same time, Xavier kept cursing herself as her breakdown continued. She had no idea what would happen next as she did not know about Romel's death yet. Thud. She heard the door being closed and rushed to see. It was Sylvester, and as she looked at his face, her heart fell. She knew she had made a colossal mistake today, one that may get them killed. Max, I didn't mean for this to happen. However, Sylvester coldly asked back, why didn't you tell me this before? How can you be so careless? Xavier's eyes bawled out as she fell to her knees and held Sylvester's hand. I had everything planned. I was going to be drawing your blood and changing it with mine. Everything was perfect. But then I was called back to sickbay and had no way but to tell you immediately. I was not careful, I was foolish. Sylvester already knew this much. Although he had things under control right now, he could not go easy on Xavia. What she did was the peak of stupidity, so he needed to teach her some lessons, no matter how hard the smell of sadness hit him. You have ruined me, Mother. Because of you today, I lost one of the greatest pawns that could have one day got me to the seat of the Pope. Because of you, how can you be so blind? Why did you never tell me this before? I am in the bloody Holy Land, I played on the lap of the Pope, and I got injured so many times in the past years. What if someone had done that blood test before? I would have died without even knowing why. How can you be so naive not to have backup plans and more backups for them? He scolded her with questions that were too obvious now. She sniffled and nodded. I was being naive, I am a fool. But I did not hide it for a selfish reason, Max. I didn't want you to live in the same constant fear I have. They chased me from across the sea. I was pregnant and tried to find asylum. Met the worst of men and women. Some tried to enslave me, some wanted to R*P me, and some were hellbent on killing me in the end. I settled in Desert Village because it was too far away, and the chief was kind to me at the start. Max, to live in constant fear of being found out, being killed, is something that can ruin your mind. I knew I was weak. I could not have taken the risk of telling you earlier in fear you might share it with someone. I was being naive, not seeing you were much more intelligent than me. I never wished for any of this, you becoming the gods favored, the church finding us. I never wanted this. I just wanted a calm, secluded life with my son, just that. She looked down at her knees and hung her head over Sylvester's hand. Tears dropped on their own. I will understand if you wish to leave me and live alone. I won't stop you. You deserve a happy life. Sylvester wanted to curse loudly. Romo could have been an excellent pawn for him, but what was lost was lost. He could only try to salvage what was left and hope King Riveria does not do something foolish in anger. He, too, sat down to her level and wiped tears from her eyes while he looked at her emotionlessly. Tell me about my father. Why, where, and how, all of it. Chapter 62, Destiny. Xavia quickly wiped the tears off of her face and nodded firmly. I will. I will not hide anything from you now, Max. My father, your grandpa, was a merchant who used to do business with Bisteria. We lived in Libertia, the island of the free. But during those days, the idea of Libertia was still very new. So human merchants would find a lot of trouble when doing business. Yet my father was headstrong. But then, one time, he took me with him to get the produce from a Beastkin clan inside Bisteria. We had all the security passes and identity proof that we were from Libertia, not Saul. But we were still attacked by a house of vampires. They killed my father and took me as a slave, to use me as their blood bag. But during that time, their house was at war with the elves, and to my luck, the vampires were attacked and destroyed before they could bite me. I was saved by the elves, however, as they found my identity proof. So they took me with them and brought me to their capital, High Rignum, where 7 species of elves live together under one king, your father. Sylvester ate all that information and tried to process it. So they treated you kindly. No, they made me a slave. Your father at that time was just a prince and I did not even know him. But once I saved him from an attack by the other faction of elves, using my healing magic. During that time, something happened between us and we fell in love and we got married under a blessed tree. However, elves are incredibly proud beings and would never allow someone to taint their bloodline. That is why finding half-elves is extremely rare. But your father treated me right, and soon you arrived in my belly as a blessing. But during that time, your father ascended to the throne and had to take an elf wife for political reasons, while I had to run to save us because the elf queen found out about me. They chased me, wishing to kill us. But your father helped me cross the blood sea by making a thin, frozen bridge over it. He did love me and you. Sylvester couldn't care less if the man loved him or not. Being half-elf was a curse to him, in all honesty, but the last part had him in shock. The Blood Sea is at least 400 kilometers wide between the closest part of Liberia and Bisteria, so he made an ice bridge this long. Xavia had a look of faint pride for her husband. He is extremely strong. He's the king of millions of elves after all. So my light magic blessings come from him? Sylvester inquired. Xavia shook her head and appeared confused. No, your father had no such magical abilities. Only high elves are versed in light magic, but even they are not as strong as you. Also, your father had black hair. Did she cheat on that poor elf or something? Sylvester wondered. But soon dismissed the idea, because who would she cheat with among xenophobic elves? Then why do I have blonde hair, golden eyes, and this talent? He asked. Xavia didn't know either. Your magical talent is understandable. Elves do have a higher magical potency. But your hair and light magic, it's truly a blessing of Solis, it seems. So the mystery remains. Sylvester sighed and looked around himself. He felt much calmer now as he knew about his past and the family history. But looking at Xavia, although there was an annoyance at her stupidity, he couldn't help but pity her. Her father was killed. She was taken by vampires to be used as a blood bag, turned into a slave, ran for her life, nearly got R***ped, and now here we are. That was a lot for one lifetime. Max, are you going to leave me? She softly asked, holding back her tears. Sylvester glanced at her face and noticed the look of fear, accompanied by the same odors of sadness, fear, and anxiety. What happened today, I still don't know how things will come to bite me again later. But no, I am not leaving you. I have no other family in the world. But no secrets from now on, and you leave all the planning to me. Never speak of what happened today to anyone, no matter how close you get. Don't mention our past to anyone. And I need you to do something if and when I order without asking me a single question. I will do everything for you as from me. She agreed without hearing. Good, soon you will have a new girl working as a helper in your sick bay. Her name is Raven Maxwell. If and when I tell you to kill her, kidnap her, or anything else, I need you to do it without asking a question. If you don't, then we're both going to die, he said, not sounding like he was asking. Xavia had killed people in the past. That's how she survived in Bisteria and her journey back. But the name sounded familiar to her. Is it a relative of your friend Gabriel? No questions, just tell me if you can do it or not. Sylvester pressed, slightly taking an angered tone. Xavia nodded silently. But remember, nothing happened today. We shall never talk about this, not even in private. I only graduated today, that's it. Now let's go and eat. I knew you wouldn't cook, so I brought food. I also need to wake up early tomorrow to go and get the job appointment letter. He moved away and started putting food on the table while using his hands to utilize fire magic and heat it. Thank you. Suddenly, Xavia hugged his broad back from behind and hid her face in it. Sylvester didn't react much. Once is a mistake, twice is stupidity, and thrice is a habit. Everyone makes mistakes, and you made one today. I hope this won't go as far as a habit. Let's eat. He shifted and took a seat. He poured food on 2 plates and silently ate, not being in the mood to talk anymore. He then went to his room and tucked Muraj into a smaller blanket before lying down and going to sleep. It had been a long and tiresome day for him. What was supposed to be a festive graduation ceremony turned into a murder and intimidation exercise. He had to tell a few lies, but he cared not for them. What scared him was the repercussions that would come with what had occurred, because Rommel was supposed to be a crown prince, which kept his father assured that the kingdom would thrive. King Riveria would now be a cornered dog who he'd bite, it was unknown, who'd sit next on the Riveria throne. What a bad day. He slowly drifted into sleep and had many dreams that night, most of them being about what if scenarios of the day. What if he had not killed Rommel? What if Rommel later betrayed him after becoming the king? What if he had killed Gabriel too? However, when out of nowhere, a face from days past appeared again in the dream, from the depth of the dark cellar. It left Sylvester gasping. "Your eyes, I pity you." These words jolted him awake. Aha, what? He looked left and right. It appeared the morning sun had already dawned over them. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. So this is what Lixus meant. Stuck between both worlds, if known, both shall kill me. I even pity myself at this point. "Makesy, you okay?" Muraj returned from his morning stroll from the open window and hugged his favorite human's neck. Sylvester felt warm from that and hugged the big cat tight. "Yeah, Chonky, I feel much better. Let's go to Magna Sanctum Temple now. Today decides if we will become desk job zombies or guns for hire. Actually, we're not even hired. We're assassin slaves, I guess." "I'm slave too," Muraj asked. "You, of course, you're a slave to bananas and sleeping. Let's go now. It's time for a bath." "No," Chunky tried to escape, but sadly, Sylvester had the high ground. "What?" Pope's Palace. The Sanctum Council was once again in session, this time with a few topics of great significance, as the decisions they make today will decide the future of the Church of Solis. "Let's deal with the biggest topic at hand, the disappearance of Rommel Riveria," Pope spoke, but not an ounce of doubt or sadness appeared in his voice. Inquisitor High Lord, as the general, responded to it. "We believe he ran away because he took most of his money with him. He was last seen leaving the arena." Saint Cyr, Cardinal Zenim, added, "I have not heard any chirping from my network, however, so if he ran away, he must have had expert help." The Pope sighed and put the document away. "Look for any missing clergymen and also the guilds. King Riveria is going to rage at us. Let him. We have nothing to do with Rommel. The boy was a menace. He was not going to receive the priest's mitre either way, so in a manner, he saved me the explanation." The Pope smiled next and put forward the next bunch of parchments. "The next matter, however, brings me great joy. 5 gods favored who survived. Such a great number. We shall have a great many powerhouses in the future. So the main task of this council today is to assign these boys to the best department where they can truly grow. Ignore what they requested, for we understand their abilities better. Saint Wazir, I believe you have a list ready." Pope's left-hand man, Saint Wazir, Cardinal Ethias Lovecraft, stood up and read the list. "Yes, Your Holiness. Louis Hermington asked for Holy Army. I gave him the Inquisitor Army. Griffin Blaziken asked for the same and got the same, the Inquisitor Army. Augustus Steele wished to be a desk clerk. I sent him to Exorcists. As for Sylvester Maximilian and Felix Sandwall, as per your command, I have decided to group them together." However, Priest Sylvester wished to become a traveling preacher. Pope chuckled slightly. "Haha, that position is for retiring old clergymen, not for the strongest, talented boy. But if he wants to travel the world, then we all know which position will suit him the best, a position that will push his mind, magic, and hymns to the core. But that's only reserved for well-experienced and knowledgeable clergymen. Not to new graduates, this would be bad for them." Saint Wazir responded in worry. However, the Pope had made up his mind. "Indeed. However, do not forget these are not ordinary graduates. Their starting point in the School of Dawn was higher than ordinary graduates, and they are already well above clergymen who have served for decades in terms of power. At the same time, Priest Sylvester is a high-functioning man. His mind is as sharp as his spear, and he shall have the company of our second best. The Bard of Solis and the Sword of Solis, they shall slay heathens, dark creatures, and bless the lands together." The Inquisitor High Lord agreed. Priest Sylvester is indeed strong in mind and body. "Agreed," Saint Scepter affirmed as well. The Pope clapped his hand and stood up. "Then it's decided. Saint Wazir, get the appointment letters written. I shall hand them to these 5 young men myself. Council adjourned." Chapter 63. Return of Sylvester Holmes. Sylvester and his little buddy headed to the Magna Sanctum Temple early in the morning, as they'd have to take a boat to reach it. The temple was situated on an entirely different peninsula, the Golden Peninsula. He did not encounter his friends along the way, so he took a boat alone. Not everyone could get to the Magna Sanctum, however. Even if one took the boat when deboarding it, there would be sentries to check your identity and permission. The temple was renowned as the holiest site for the faith of Solis, but what made it that was unknown? There was no talk about anything being buried there, nor was there anything supernatural. It was just a giant golden structure founded by the first pope more than 5,000 years ago. I will never get used to the grandeur and beauty of this place. Sylvester was in awe of the beauty of the temple as the boat reached closer. It was huge, taking one whole peninsula, and it appeared as if it was naturally etched out of the land. The Golden Peninsula was not named as such because of the temple, but because of its strange land. Shockingly, the land of the Golden Peninsula was 70% made of gold, in the form of gold sand or chunks of gold stuck in rocks. This gave the entire peninsula a golden color, and the first pope used these same rocks when the temple was made. So now, whenever the sunlight fell on the temple, a sharp golden light would shine in all directions, as if the temple was the beacon of light fighting the darkness around it, purifying the lands nearby. "This has to be the biggest building structure I've ever seen," Sylvester muttered, as he could not think of any building more immense than this even in his last world. But of course, he didn't rule out that there could be even bigger ones in this world. Permission slip. The sentries interrupted as the boat reached the shore. Sylvester took out the parchment given to him by the School of Dawn. Priest Sylvester Maximilian, God's favored candidate. The sentries glanced at each other's faces and nodded. Smiles took over them as they gestured for him to enter. "Have a good morning, Lords Bard." "Thank you," Sylvester smiled back and entered. This was a regular occurrence for him. His name was quite famous in the Holy Land and among most clergy, but nearly none knew his face. Sylvester climbed 1,000 stairs to reach the top of the temple's base. There was almost nobody there, as the place was not open for anyone other than the required clergy, which included the guards, the archbishop responsible for praying there, and the remaining team of administrators and caretakers. Even he had never seen the temple from inside in these years. "Chonky, I know it's all shiny here, but I repeat, do not take anything," he warned Murrej, as he still remembered the fake eye stones he had from the archbishop in that cave years ago. "Then I am useless. You said gold is good, rest is rotten wood," Murrej asked, feeling his only job was being taken away. "No, I am not stopping you forever, but just here. You can't mess around here. Who knows how secure this place is? I don't want any risks as long as we're here." Murrej had to agree in the end. "Okay, Makesy, I only watch today and drool." Sylvester proceeded towards the temple's main building. However, he was stopped and told to go around from outside to the sea-facing edge. So he did, and what he saw there left him mesmerized. The shining reflection of the temple was falling on the seawater, forming a strange, small area of shining water. It looked like a pond full of the water of youth. Drinking might make one's soul soothe. He looked at a far distance. The blue sea appeared endless, but the mere thought that another continent existed on the other side was exciting yet threatening because it was full of enemies. At any time, it could be the war of two hegemonies. "Max here." He noticed Felix touching the water at the extreme edge of the land. The other three God's favored candidates were with him, goofing around. "What does the water taste like?" Sylvester asked. Felix shrugged. "Salty, wanna try?" "No, I had a tasty breakfast in the morning. I don't want the taste in my mouth." "Where is Archpriest Edmund? Why did he call us here to announce our job postings?" he asked, nodding that they were the only extras in the whole Golden Peninsula. Gods favored, please proceed into the temple. They are waiting for you." Just then, a sentry came to call them. The 5 boys quickly tidied themselves and followed the man into the sacred temple. The whole structure was like a vertical mountain with multiple peaks, one being the highest. The temple was made in a way that the sunlight would always fall inside no matter what part of the day and illuminate the whole area. As they walked in, they saw finely etched engravings of some long-forgotten language. Various runes, even art pieces, were etched on the gold walls. The ceiling, however, was as high as it could look, but the light illuminated each part of it with the help of sun ducts. There was only one large empty hall inside the temple, where at the end was a large round orb shining as if it was the sun. It appeared that all light from the sun ducts was diverted with the help of reflective orbs, and all those reflections conversed into the largest orb. Sylvester wondered what could be the reason for this orb to exist, but the next moment he felt Solarium overly charging his body, as if he had entered a room where the air was water, and it tried to stop him from moving. The closer he got to the orb, the harder it got to proceed further. There was also a new smell he sensed, similar to sunflowers. He had no idea what it meant, however. Surprisingly, he noticed that other than one kneeling man close to the orb, all were standing meters away, as if they simply could not move in further. "Welcome, blessed ones." "Holy Father," Sylvester exclaimed and saluted. The other boys followed him and did the same. The Pope got up from kneeling and walked toward the group with a kind smile. "You 5 must be feeling hard to walk any closer. Don't worry. Most others can't even walk as much as you have. What you see is the orb of purity, and only those with the purest soul and the strongest body can touch it. No pope has ever been able to do it. The legends say that the one who touches it shall receive the blessings from Solis himself and ascend to a level even higher than supreme wizard, demigods, I'd say." Sylvester raised his hand to ask questions. If it's only a test of purity, then why is it in the largest temple of Solis? Is there something more to it? The Pope nodded and reached Sylvester. He strongly patted both of Sylvester's shoulders. "Look at you, tall and strong. Priest Felix, you've outdone your father, it seems. And Priest Louis, I originally thought you'd not last until the end, yet you proved me wrong. I'm so proud of you. Priest Griffin, it seems you did spread your wings like a griffin. While Augustus, your talent with theoretical knowledge is unmatched. All you 5 boys have filled my heart with pride and hope for an even better future for the faith." Of course, Sylvester knew this was the usual pep talk that most generals give before sending their men to deadly missions. So he was not very moved, but others were. "Now for Priest Sylvester's questions. Walk with me, young ones." The Pope started to move out of the temple. The ancient texts and secured records of the first pope say that this orb was present here even before the temple was built. In fact, it would be correct to say the temple was built around the orb. Initially, the Holy Land was inaccessible because the orb of purity radiated too much solarium under the direct sunlight. Even at night, the land was unreachable. That is when the first pope, Luther Vass Hermington, fought against the pressure of the solarium, but even he could not touch the orb and missed by merely an inch. But he contained the orb inside this large temple while ensuring the light remained, just enough to fulfill its purpose. What was left became the Holy Land, the purest of all lands in the world. Every inch of soil here is filled with solarium that has been emitted for thousands of years. This is why no evil entity can step foot inside here. This is why this temple is called Magna Sanctum, another word for great saint. They had arrived outside the temple, prompting them to look at its form. To think, the whole Holy Land would be inaccessible without this temple. It was unimaginable, and now it made sense why nobody other than authorized personnel was allowed inside. The Pope continued, "But it is also true that solarium can heal. So every once in a while during the pilgrimage, I allow a few gravely injured or sick faithfuls to come near the temple. Most can't step onto the land and return from the sea feeling healed. Sylvester, however, had only one thought in his head. So, if I ever wish to destroy the Holy Land, I only need to destroy this one temple. Your Holiness, the posting applications. Just then a clergyman arrived. The Pope took the bunch of parchment and thanked the man. I'll see you in the office, Gunther. Now, I have your job postings in my hand. We have selected these positions for you after a discussion in the Sanctum Council. Priest Louis and Griffin, you two shall join the Inquisitor army. He handed the two their documents and moved on. Priest Augustus, you are assigned to the exorcists. You have a talent for this. I know it, so work hard and learn from your seniors. But when he looked at Sylvester next, he caused a shockwave in the latter's body. What has this mad man planned for me now? Isn't this life already miserable enough? Sylvester questioned silently. The Pope handed the parchment to the two. At last, Priest Sylvester and Felix, you two are to work as SI, an abbreviation for Sanctum Inspectors, sometimes called Holy Inspectors. You two shall work as a team under the direct supervision of Saint Wazir's office. Sylvester internally frowned as he read the parchment, which was his work identity document. He held himself back from tearing it apart. The words on it appeared menacing, telling him the future would be somewhat threatening, filled with moments full of adrenaline, which he didn't want. Name, Sylvester Maximilian. Clergy rank, priest. Job title, Sanctum Inspector. Level, Group C. SI number DB0F9. Branch HQ. Override authority, B. Identification, golden eyes, mole behind left ear. Salary grade, C. Living expenses, 500 gold graces. Mission expenses, TBA. Chapter 64, Old Monk. Sylvester looked at the paper with a hidden frown. I requested for the traveling preacher profession, Holy Father. The Pope chuckled and tried reassuring him. Son, that job is reserved for old retiring clergy. However, this one is better fitting for you, as it requires a sharp mind and strong body, which you have proven during years of training. Moreover, Inquisitor High Lord has informed me about your amazing feats of noticing things most fail to do. Meanwhile, Priest Felix is brave and powerful. He shall become a great partner to watch your back. Sylvester didn't buy it. This job, aren't I underqualified for it? So what's his deal now, pushing me to get stronger by forcing me to take risks? He knew he could not deny this work, but he sure was going to milk it. Can I bring a few other friends with me, and Sir Dalorum? Of course, you will have to form a team under you either way. It's best if you're all friends. But first, you must complete basic training at Saint Wazir's office to learn all the laws, regulations, and methods to report or ask for assistance. Your job has a wide scope, but all of it leads to an investigation. The old man patted Sylvester's shoulder. It's a fantastic opportunity, son. There is much to learn for you, so utilize it. And the rest of you as well, I hope you can reach the clergy rank of bishop as soon as you can. Only then shall you be reassigned to a job better suiting your ranks. Now I must return to work, but I am extending special permission to you five. You may have direct access to me whenever you need to talk or need help. You are the future of faith, and I shall stand by you as your guide. May the holy light enlighten us. May the holy light enlighten us. All five of them saluted back and watched the Pope leave. Once the man was out of sight, they all frowned, as none of them got what they had requested. Inquisitor army, they live like nomads, Griffin muttered. And they travel constantly, Louis added. August was shattered too, as he was terrible at social interaction, and now he was an exorcist. I hope this ends well. Meanwhile, Felix was laughing and patting Sylvester's back. Biwahaha, it seems we're both stuck together forever, brother. Our adventures are going to be legendary, I know it. Sylvester did not show such optimism because he knew the reality of his job. Yeah, that is if we survive. None of them got what they wanted, and disappointment was at hand in the end. So to quench that, they decided to go and eat something since Guild Peninsula was not too far and had some shops inside various guilds. They could not drink anything alcoholic, as that was one of the things banned under the law for clergy. But they did eat a lot and just let themselves go. Griffin and Louis were going to be in the Inquisitor army and had no idea when they'd get another good meal. In contrast, Augustus might get good food because exorcists usually spend their time in good places when they're not working. But it was the worst for Sylvester and Felix because, unlike others, they'd have nobody to count on for food. Instead, they'd have to cook their own meals, find their own food, and manage their finances. We cannot drink liquor. But let's have a toast for the bright future of the faith in us, Felix proposed as he picked up his milk glass. Clank! They all chugged down the glass of milk and felt refreshed. They slowly came to terms with their jobs. After all, they knew their life would be challenging the moment they graduated as God's favored candidates. The past 8 years were not very kind either. Sylvester looked at the sky and noticed the sun was above their heads. He got up as he had a place to be. Where are you going? Somewhere divine, see you tomorrow. What? Sylvester wished to clear his head from all the mess of yesterday. He needed calm to plan the next steps carefully. The job he was asked to do was very loosely defined, and he hoped not to die on it. So, after getting permission from the mentor of religious studies, Archbishop Noah, he went to the Soul Peninsula to sit under the Soul Tree and meditate. He remembered he had that vision of a newborn baby 8 years ago and hoped he'd get some updates on that. Like the Golden Peninsula, this place was heavily guarded too, and nobody was allowed in without permission. He had to pass through 3 different gates that required 3 different approval documents. Only then was he let in to move freely. I envy these guards here. They get to stay in the soothing warmth of Solarium. If I could, I'd have made a tree house on this and live here forever, he muttered. He made his way towards the tree's base, where a few giant roots were sprawling around. But all of it was covered in short green grass, colorful flowers, and fireflies. The tree had such a broad umbrella that it also blocked a lot of sunlight, creating a balanced environment. Who is that? To his luck, when he arrived at the base, he saw someone was sitting there on a carpet made of thatched sheets, meditating. The man was bald and appeared very old with a beard. Even the eyebrows were so long that they fell to the chin from the sides, while he wore orange monk robes, one shoulder uncovered. The most striking parts were the man's wooden staff and the line of tattoos over his body. He appeared wise, calm, and yet overwhelming. Sylvester didn't waste much time and sat down cross-legged not far from the old man and closed his eyes. He took long breaths in and cleared his mind from all thoughts. He let the solarium flow into his body, and the calming breeze of the tree filled his lungs. At the same time, the beautiful cacophony of the small insects around filled his ears. All that gave him enough to focus and forget all other thoughts. Slowly, he started to feel as if his body had become completely relaxed and floating in nothingness. However, soon after, some scenes started appearing, something related to the visions. Come, Zai, I shall teach you how to ride a horse today. I don't wanna, I wanna play with my. Haha, you are a princess, dear. These are the things you must know. Come now, Pa will teach you. The visions were blurry, but Sylvester could hear them just fine. He finally had a name to go by, Zai. But he longed to see more, see the landscape, and learn where this vision was from. However, it appeared his connections with the soul tree were over, as a butterfly came and sat down on his nose outside. That, for some reason, immediately pulled him out. "'Tis a fine day, won't you agree?" Sylvester rubbed his eyes and looked to his left. The old monk had woken up too and was looking up. He replied to the old man's hoarse voice, "Every day is a fine day in the Holy Land." The old monk chuckled, "Ha, indeed, so you are the Lord's bard. What gave it away?" "That bright halo behind your head when you meditate. So it was you Archbishop Noah was talking about. Indeed, you have the potential if you're having visions." "At least introduce yourself first, old man," he thought. "I am Priest Sylvester Maximilian. I remember not my name, but everyone calls me Grandpa Monk, but you may recognize me better by Fifth Guardian of Light." Sylvester's eyes widened at that revelation. This man is just 2 ranks below Inquisitor High Lord, and is also supposed to be stronger than that Lady Aurora, the 10th Guardian. He saluted the man in the usual manner. "I pay respect to the 5th Guardian." However, a hidden frown remained on Sylvester's face as he could not sense any emotions from the old man. There was no smell, as if the man felt nothing and had truly given up everything. "What are you doing here, 5th Guardian?" he inquired respectfully. The old man glanced at the sky again and muttered, "For every birth the Lord's plan is devised, all the way until the demise. I am 300 years old, child. I am merely counting my last breath here under the warmth, and it helps my joint pain too, ha." This old monk, has he truly realized control over all of his body, including emotion? Sylvester wondered about the lack of knowledge, but he also realized this man was a treasure trove of knowledge. "Why do you not remember your name?" he asked, using the first rule of starting an interaction, showing interest in the other person. 300 years ago we were still at war. My parents were wizards, not from the church, however. My mother gave birth to me in an ongoing battle, and unfortunately they died a few hours after I saw the first light. So I never got a name. But one who has nobody, the church is their everybody. However, even during my younger days, everyone called me Monk. Now it's Grandpa Monk." Sylvester digested that information. He was amazed that almost all of the most powerful clergy had either a tragic past or were orphans. "I guess you have everything to prove once you have nothing to lose." "Do you not wish to know what I saw in my vision?" he inquired, it being the best way to gauge one's character. Grandpa Monk shook his head. "What would I do after knowing? I'm a dying man, and you better tell that to none because then the vision might not happen." "What if the vision is supposed to be something ominous?" "Life is unpredictable. Let it be. Why else do you think most wizards blessed with talents in divination go mad? They become obsessed with their destiny and try to perfect it, not knowing that the Lord's plan was already perfect, a plan you can never reject." A very sound argument, I must say. Sylvester agreed with that statement. He noticed the night would soon be upon him, so he quickly asked a few more questions. "Grandpa Monk, do you have any teachings for me? I have been assigned the task of a sanctum inspector." "Show me the paper." The old man extended his wrinkled hand. Sylvester handed it with no reservation. He could not even see if the old man's eyes were open due to his old age and loose skin. "Ah, your override authority is B. This means the higher-ups can still overturn your decisions, so I believe this appointment is a test for you, child. But of course, Axel would do that. He's a man who believes in tough love." "Axel, you mean?" The old man chuckled as he nodded. "Of course, the Pope. That little bugger used to play and cry on my lap when he was little. Now he makes others cry, ha. Ha. Chapter 65, Crash Course. Of course, I saw him grow from little. I was his aide when he was chosen as a God's favored candidate. Who could have thought the kid with the runny nose would become the Pope one day? So this man is to the Pope what Sir Dalorum is to me, Sylvester realized. But the difference in power was too high. It was understandable, however, as old times were much harsher and more dangerous. "Then, is the Holy Father not worried about your health?" "Of course he is. That's why he gave me full access to the Soul Peninsula. I live beside this tree now, but I'd call it Axel's selfish greed. He does not wish to cry over my grave, but if I can delay his tears for some more time, it'd make me happy too. Grandpa Monk responded. For the first time, Sylvester noticed the faint emotions of love. This man, he truly sees the Pope as a son. What did you mean by tough love? He questioned. But the old man moved to stand up next. Come with me, young one. My little hut is near, so give these old bones a push, will you? Sylvester rushed to help by holding the old man's arm. Then they slowly walked towards the hut while he spoke. Axel is an emotional man. If he saw me as a father, he saw the whole church as his mother. By that logic, he sees all of the clergy and the faithfuls as his children. He loves his children dearly, but he believes every person must face hardships to truly cherish their blessings. I believe the task he gave you is not just because he wishes to test you, but because he feels you can truly grow stronger with this. Archbishop Noah told me about his views. While I cannot outright say you are the final true God's favored, I can see why some would say that. You have been blessed by Solis, Sylvester. The church took care of you all these years, so it's akin to an investor. Like all investors in any endeavor, some good returns are expected. Even more so if the investors wish to provide more support as time goes on. The old man parted his wisdom. So I'm like a business endeavor for the church, a product they have invested in, he remarked. They stopped before the hut and the old man caressed Sylvester's head. You are the future, son. Axel is growing old too, and he knows he won't always be as strong as he is. And the drums of war are getting louder. You being stronger means a stronger church of Solis and peace. We can definitely use another supreme wizard in this time of darkness. The man opened the door to his little hut and entered, but he stopped Sylvester from entering. Not today. If you wish to see my treasures, you must revisit this old man. Sylvester chuckled. You're bored. Extremely bored. That's the fate of dying old men. But if you visit again, perhaps I will hear one of your hymns if I'm lucky. Until then, take care, train hard, and stay blessed. But as the old man was shutting the door, Sylvester asked one final question, something that would give him a target. How strong was His Holiness at my age? Grandpa Monk stopped and remembered things. Then he glanced at Sylvester's rank plate. You're one rank below. It seems you've gotten lax in these years. Better start rushing, or you'll hit old age, and after that it's like moving a mountain by blowing on it. Good night, Sylvester. Thud. The door closed and left Sylvester in an existential crisis. I'm weaker than the Pope at this age. Was he already an arch-wizard? But he likely had chances to fight in various battles. Is this why he gave me this job? It appeared that he had found many answers to his questions. Satisfied, he decided to return to Pope's Peninsula and prepare for his coming training. The following day, Sylvester headed to Saint Wazir's office with his friend to get the month-long crash course for their upcoming job. The location was in the administrative building run by Saint Wazir. It was not far from the Pope's palace. Nearly all of Holy Land and the Faith's day-to-day tasks were managed from here, and apparently the sanctum inspector as well. Sylvester showed his appointment application and entered it with Felix. They were guided towards a small room on the third floor of the white marble castle-like building. It was beautiful as all the church buildings were. But here, most rooms were offices of some department. In no time, they found themselves seated in the middle of a room on well-cushioned chairs, surrounded by other possible trainees for the job of sanctum inspector. However, both boys frowned as they noticed something obvious. Max, why is everyone except us so old? They all have white beards. Are we in the right room? Felix nervously asked as they could sense that all these old men were actually strong in magic or knightly arts. Moreover, all of them had sharp, wise eyes that oozed experience. Sylvester sighed. He had already expected this much to happen. Sanctum Inspector was not a profession easily given to anybody. He lowered his voice and spoke to Felix. Let me explain in your own messed-up vocabulary. They are the old mares that have birthed dozens of foals by now, while we're on our first trial run. We're gonna get F-fuck kid. Sylvester shrugged and looked in front as someone had just entered. Yes, figuratively. Welcome, my brethren of the faith. I am Saint Wazir, Cardinal Ethias Lovecraft. I shall debrief you today to inform you of what I expect from each of you. However, since all of you are seasoned veterans in your respective previous professions, I will not waste time lecturing you on that. What I expect is honesty. That's it. As Sanctum Inspectors, your authority will allow you to override the decisions of nearly every branch and office. This is because you work under me, in the name of the Holy Father, at the highest level of authority. As Sanctum Inspectors, you shall look into crimes done against the faith, reports of dark entities, and above all, finding and marking unidentified supernatural phenomenons USBs. You shall have the authority to call forth the inquisitors, judge sinners, order around the local monasteries, and utilize church resources. All this power bestowed upon you can easily corrupt any man. So remember, the de facto punishment for corruption or any sin while in this position is public hanging inside the Holy Land, after getting excommunicated. Saint Wazir let the crowd of 30 men digest the information first. Corruption was common in the faith, but not at this level. You will spend your next 30 days memorizing all the rules, regulations, protocols, chain of commands, our secret assets, and such. You will get no physical training from here, as I believe you've had enough. You shall have a written test at the end of your training period. Those who do not pass shall go through the training again and again, until you pass with 90% marks. Are they so desperate they won't even fail someone? Sylvester thought. Knowing the human psyche, he wished to avoid another situation. I hope they don't call us to the front. Us being so young it can create jealousy in the minds of others. Now to the part that has likely left you all in wonder. Let us welcome the youngest ever member of this elite organization of Sanctum Inspectors, the two God's favored candidates, Priest Sylvester Maximilian and Priest Felix Sandwall, the bard and the sword. I know all of you are bishops, but give these two young men some guidance. I know they can easily leave all of us behind. Fuck, that's not helping, you buffoon. Sylvester cursed silently and felt like chopping off his tongue for jinxing himself. Come forth, young men, Saint Wazir called. Having no way, Sylvester and Felix walked towards the front of the room. But as they walked, Sylvester noticed the gazes of these old white-bearded men. In normal times they'd all be smiling and be grandfatherly, but here, the smell of jealousy they emitted made everything clear. Man, when will my beard grow? He wondered, as that was the quickest way to have some respite. Thank you for this opportunity. I wish to learn from all the kind seniors. Felix, however, was oblivious of the jealousy in the air and dumbly greeted all the men. These old men will leave us to die if they get a chance. There's nothing kind about these seniors. Sylvester muttered and greeted them too. He looked at each face and tried to gauge who was the most jealous of them, even borderline hateful. One by one, he remembered those faces. So these are the ones I should leave for dead whenever opportunity strikes. He made a poker face that could still imply he was not a naive little man and spoke in rhymes. I am but a young student of Solis. I hope to get your guidance. I know together we can make the faith spread far and wide to the lands that remain untouched. I will ensure the enemies of the faith are crushed. All the ambitious old men shifted a little in their seats as they felt somewhat uncomfortable by Sylvester's emotionless smile and piercing golden gaze. In an instant, their minds unconsciously knew they were not the alpha in the room, neither was it the Saint Wazir. Marvelous, that's the spirit I expect from the young ones. I shall leave you now. The instructors will come and start your training immediately. May the holy light enlighten us. May the holy light enlighten us, everyone replied. Sylvester returned to take his seat, but as he passed through the gaps between the chairs, the old men in his way shifted away to give space. I can't let them feel an ounce of authority over me, or else it's game over. I'll be the forever bullied kid. Sylvester quickly set a few rules in his mind. He knew this would be much different from the School of Dawn, for these men were battle-hardened. Sylvester never denied the possibility that there could be men much more intelligent than himself around, and it was best if he remained as far away from them as possible. I take pride in planning 10 steps ahead, but others must be looking much ahead, not 10 but 100 steps instead. Chapter 66, Darkness. Over the coming days, Sylvester and Felix tried to cram all knowledge possibly into their young minds. This was an advantage they had over the other old men who were their classmates. They were God's favored and trained to be better than the average clergy, so their mental skills were above the ordinary. Naturally, this was the cause of some envy, but Sylvester's unnerving gaze kept all at bay. And if any of them dared cause even the slightest of discomfort for him, he'd write their name in his little diary of dead people. It was not a list of people he wanted to kill, but the people he considered already dead. This means if he ever came across these people, he'd not help them. Mostly the education was about the Church Code of Law, often termed CCL. It was a thick book with various punishments and case studies from history. A punishment was written for all kinds of blunders, from the smallest to the gravest. Usually, there is no need to use CCL when dealing with heathens. But being sanctum inspectors, they may have to deal with various wealthy merchants and nobles, and in those cases, CCL helps as it's a universally accepted book of the law. Other than this, Sylvester and Felix were taught about how to find allies that are hidden safe houses, how to contact the Holy Land, and what to do if a local clergy is unruly. Currently, Sylvester was also living in the school dorm, as he had dozens of thick books he had to read and various details to memorize and prepare for the exam. He slowly understood why there was no clause of dropping out of this job if you failed the examination. Because if he was going to be made to take the exam again and again until he passed, most clergy would try to give their best in the first place. Yawn. Sylvester tiredly read the books, and he'd been doing it since he woke up in the morning, and now it was dinner time. Knock knock. His dorm room door was opened, and his friends entered uninvited. However, there was an addition. A girl was there too, behind Gabriel. He had not seen her until now since she had taken a job at Xavier's sick bay. Ah, is she Raven? Sylvester finally saw Gabriel's sister face to face. She was a beautiful woman, slightly shorter than him. She had deep black hair and blue eyes and had a petite form, likely due to malnutrition. Raven chirped before her brother. Ah, you must be the famous bard. Can you sing me a hymn, please? All right. Sylvester raised his right hand and sent out a beam of light magic. However, for some reason, there was no halo behind his head this time. Unfortunately, the others would only learn why when he was midway finished. O Lord, bless these children with brain, even if it be the size of a little grain. He's rather plain, Gabriel is his name. Yes, he's somewhat tame. Also, we have beauty here. Bless her so from none she may fear. May she have a successful career. Felix, my brother with a sword. One too short, and the other long and broad. Bless him too, for he is unwise. Surprise him with increased size. Ignore the brain, however, he has none. Castrate him even, for he lusts for nuns. At last Marcus the flexible. His deeds are likely unspeakable, even if he may be maidenless. No worry, he's both the boy and the lass. May the Lord bless his ass. Sylvester stopped singing and releasing light magic, and noticed the shocked and annoyed faces of everyone, while Raven laughed nonstop. Castrate me. Bless my ass. I'm tame, Max. The three boys cracked their knuckles and slowly proceeded towards Sylvester. The only ass that needs mercy today will be yours, Felix barked. Gabriel and Marcus frowned, Sylvester too. What in the Lord's name, Felix? You're not supposed to say such things. I was talking about punching his ass. Felix clarified embarrassingly. That let's do it. Sylvester scoffed and took a fighting position, if that's what you want. Bam! Just a friendly brawl like any other day, the four fought sloppily, throwing each other as if fake wrestling. However, Felix was physically strong among them, and he was throwing two of them together. That prompted them to get together and beat Felix up first. That's cheating, Felix cried as he got pinned down and spanked. Puh! Marcus scoffed. Everything is fair in love and war, and this is war. Do you four always act like this? Raven suddenly laughed out loud. They had forgotten she was even there. Indeed, the four goofed around like this on most days. That was one of the coping mechanisms to endure the harsh training. Sylvester solemnly fixed his hair and clothes again, cursing himself for acting like kids. All of them were 16 or 17 at this point, while he was 101. Let's eat now, he suggested. The other three agreed and acted as if they were always serious boys. Raven, wait here. We will bring food back up here and eat together, Gabriel said and left with the rest. Their time in the dorms was coming to an end now, and the moment they headed out for their job, they will lose possession of the rooms. But they will be allotted housing in the common area for clergy. The houses are different for different ranks, both clergy ranks and martial ranks. Sadly, none of them would be staying. Soon the five gathered in Sylvester's room and ate their fill. They talked about little old things. Raven silently heard everything, their hardships and many death-defying feats. Slowly, she came to respect her brother and his friends. Even more so, as she, at most, faced some beating and locking up. These boys literally fought for their lives. Folks, I need to head out now and have a meeting with Sir Dalaran. He will be coming with us as I trust him, and he's knowledgeable about world politics and geography much more than us. Sylvester got up to leave. Give him our thanks for helping us, Felix waved. Sure, but Felix, go and start studying. I won't wait if you fail the test tomorrow, Sylvester warned as he left. Outside, the usual darkness of the night had taken over. He knew that these few remaining nights of peace would be the last ones. Life would become much more dangerous once he's out of the Holy Land, where the creatures of the night roam freely. He whistled alone and walked towards the Inquisitor camp. It was, as always, full of activity, no matter whether it was day or night. Someone was always going in and out. Griffin and Louis were supposed to be there too, but he didn't find them, likely asleep. So he made his way to Sir Dalaran's camp, but the man was not there. So he headed to the Inquisitor High Lord's tent. He was not a kid anymore. He dared to look the man in the eye now, even though the man could kill him with a wave of his hand. Ah, Lord's Bard, we heard you got appointed. Unfortunately, it wasn't the Inquisitors. The sentries outside the large tent greeted him. Honestly, I'd have preferred to be an Inquisitor. These folks are too kind to me, Sylvester thought sadly. I'm sure I can get a transfer once I prove myself. Is Sir Dalaran inside? The two sentries nodded but looked scared at the same time. Finally, one of them came closer to Sylvester and whispered, Lord Inquisitor was gravely injured a few days ago. What? Who could have injured him? Sylvester exclaimed in disbelief. It was nothing less than an eye-opener to think there were people who could do such a thing to the man. The other sentry whispered. It was the leader of the Anti-Light sect. Lord Inquisitor fought him, but that heathen had hidden trap runes inside the ground. However, the Holy Father healed the Lord Inquisitor. so he should be fine now. Let him enter. Suddenly a shout came from inside. Sylvester stiffly walked in and looked around. A huge man covered with blankets was on a large bed in a corner, but the face was still covered with a metallic visor, albeit not having a conical helmet. But the man had no hair either. Instead, a coif was covering it. The small crowd gathered inside didn't spare him a glance. However, one particular person he noticed was the young-looking woman sitting on a chair beside the bed. From the expressions and closeness, he could see she had some relationship with Lord Inquisitor. However, when she glanced at him, Sylvester recognized her. What's Lady Aurora doing here? Are the 10th Guardian and Lord Inquisitor close? He tasted the air. It was tense and full of anxiety. How strong is this head of the Anti-Light sect? Come here, favored one. The Lord Inquisitor raised his hand. For the first time, Sylvester saw some skin of the man, and it seemed to be burnt to crisp, leaving the tree bark-like skin. Did he get burned? Are you okay, Lord Inquisitor? Sylvester showed some worry for the man, as he considered Inquisitor High Lord one of his strongest backers. Haha, such injuries are common, young one. On the path to greatness, this is a faith all must witness. I heard you have become a Sanctum Inspector. What a record! You are the youngest Sanctum Inspector in history. But heed my advice, being a Sanctum Inspector is one of the noblest professions. Be sure to show the good ones mercy but never tolerate heresy. Now you shall be going out into the wild. It's dangerous. The sect of Anti-Light is expanding, so be mindful of that. Be mindful of a name as well, Julius Aurelius Alexander. If you are unfortunate enough to meet him, just run, do not confront. He is now the Holy Father's to hunt. Great, another enemy, Sylvester cursed internally. Sir Dalaran, go with God's favored, guide him, teach him the world's complexities. Let his wings spread wide so his light may shine far and bright. Inquisitor High Lord ordered. The bald, dark-skinned wizard knight stood up and thumped his chest plate. I will do as you command, Lord Inquisitor. Sir Dalaran pulled Sylvester out of the tent and took him to his own. Sylvester felt the tension in the air. Sir Dalaran smelled like fear, so he asked, Is Lord Inquisitor okay? And no, I'm afraid not. Sir Dalaran's head fell in tiredness and frustration. It's a blessing he's even alive this long, but now only a miracle can save him. Who is this Julius Aurelius Alexander? Sylvester inquired, worried for his own safety too. Chaos, darkness, death. Chapter 67, What Would You Do? Who is he? Sir Dalaran seemed visibly enraged as he explained. No one knows. It was as if he came out of nowhere, so powerful in dark magic that no one could stand against him. His Anti-Light sect infiltrated small organizations and smaller noble houses and slowly grew its roots. They are a disease, Priest Sylvester, and they must be rooted out or the harm caused will be far greater than the 1,000 years of war. Sylvester sighed. It seemed that even if he were to become the Pope one day, that would not solve all his troubles. He can never have peace even then. Let me guess. They want to destroy the Church of Solis, hence the name of Anti-Light. Correct, and that is why we must destroy them, because if their rotten ideology spreads, only chaos will ensue. That man, he's as dangerous to us as the heathens across the sea, so we will have to be careful during our missions. Sir Dalaran warned. Sylvester sighed and rested in his chair as he thought about getting stronger so these threats won't affect him one day. But sadly, the stronger he gets, he seems to find out that there exist threats that can harm even those he considered the epitome of power. How strong do I have to be invincible so nobody would find trouble with me? But at most he felt worried for Sir Dalaran. The man was still an adept wizard. Sir Dalaran, what is your rank talent? The man had grown somewhat old now, as he was not ranking up much. The higher one's level, the higher their lifespan would be. That was the basic concept. That meant Sir Dalaran at max could live for 120 years. However, he had already completed 69. I had the talent for Arch-Wizard and Silver Knight. Unfortunately, I have attained only the Silver Knight rank, while my magic never got better. I'm afraid I'm too old now to hope to reach Arch-Wizard rank. Sir Dalaran revealed a hint of disappointment. It's never too late. Look at Headmaster Brightson. That man has been stuck at the peak of Arch-Wizard for over 2 decades now and still hopes to push through and become a Grand Wizard. So, I say, you still have time, and on the journey with me, all of us will grow in one way or another. Sylvester cheered the man up. However, his words were not hollow because he now knew what it takes to push oneself to grow. It takes rare herbs and crystals, especially the Solarium crystals, and if they are of high quality, that's even better. But all of that costs a lot of money, and guess who had a lot of illegal wealth? Murrej, of course. By the way, do you know anything about my first quest? I wish to prepare to head out, but they have not told us anything yet, he inquired. Not the quest, but they will provide us with horses and the carriage. The rest of the items need to be ours. We will get a monthly fixed amount to spend on our supplies, while the church will reimburse all the expenses for missions later. However, most sanctum inspectors in the end decide to buy their own equipment from carriages to horses, because what the church provides is the bare minimum. But of course, we are not rich like those established men. You are the youngest sanctum inspector in history, so this is new for many people. Sir Dalaran explained. Sylvester thought about using his illegal money to invest in better equipment. However, he stopped himself as he didn't even know what the job would be like. And to spend illegal money in Holy Land was foolish. Even spending money in major cities was going to be irrational. What he needed to find were master artisans who lived in distant villages, where the local monasteries would be scared of him, instead of wanting to bring him down. But I can always stock some second-hand herbs, potions, and crystals. Besides, Felix will also be a sanctum inspector. I can always tell him to spend his noble money or use him to launder my money. In that case, we will need to be careful. Well, I came here to inform you that tomorrow is my test. If everything goes well, we shall leave for our first task the day after. So please prepare your armor and sword beforehand. He instructed because he outranked Sir Dalaran as a clergyman and a wizard by official records now. However, there was not much excitement or reaction on the man's face. Sylvester understood that Sir Dalaran was worrying about the Inquisitor High Lord, and he honestly could not do anything. If even the Pope could not, then who was he? Just a simple light bulb. I will leave you to it then. I still have some studying to do. He bid farewell. He left the tent and proceeded towards the exit of the camp. However, he felt sudden footsteps behind him. They were too close and alerted him. In an instant, he took out a dagger from his robes and looked. So your senses have gotten better. What does she want? I trained for years for this and the work is in progress, he replied, wondering what the woman wanted from him. He could not feel any particular smell or taste in the air either. Is there something you need from me, 10th Guardian? Lady Aurora simply smiled and shook her head. No, I was merely curious about the famous bard. The last time we met was when you were merely starting. I wonder how powerful you have become. Enough to know that you have a short sword behind you, he replied with a smirk. There was silence now and some tension in the air. Both of them looked into each other's eyes and wondered about various things. To Sylvester, the woman in front of him appeared extremely beautiful, but he knew she was at least 100 years old, not that he complained, as his own age was near that. But behind her prettiness was hidden a deadly monstrous powerhouse. While Lady Aurora sized Sylvester with eyes. Just being 16, he was as tall as her, but when she looked into Sylvester's eyes, there was wisdom that a man of his age usually does not have. It made her somewhat uncomfortable, as she felt she was naked in front of this young man's eyes. Nothing in her mind or body could be hidden. She forced a smile on her face and put the short sword away. "I do hope you are what we expect you to be, Priest Sylvester. The Inquisitor High Lord would be disappointed otherwise. I wish you the very best for your first profession." "Thank you, Lady Aurora. I will keep your kind words in mind." Sylvester didn't like talking to her. She was far too strong in his eyes. He was not trying to run away, but be careful. It was best to stay out of the eyes of the strongest members of the church, because the more eyes on him, the worse it'd be to conduct his time-to-time questionable activities. "I shall pray for the Lord Inquisitor's good health. Good night." He left without giving her a second glance, but he could feel she was still watching him intently, trying to read him. This truly is a den of wolves. He sighed and returned to the dorms. "I want to leave this place. Holy Land is not safe. Every eye on me feels like people are trying to see through me, know all my secrets and find my weakness." Sylvester had these simple thoughts in his mind as he took the test for his job. Failing it would mean another month of torture, something he would never accept. He used all his focus on studying for this test. The first stage was written, asking simple questions about various rules and regulations. This was the easiest part as the answers were definite and didn't depend on personal views. However, the next phase was the interview, in which he was given a situation, and he was to explain how he'd tackle it. This was a troublesome test because whether he would pass or fail depended on the judge's opinions. "Priest Sylvester, imagine you are on an assignment to a distant village. You have received reports from the village's people that the monastery's local clergy is extremely corrupt and sins in the name of Solis. The people are angry and on the verge of rioting. How would you deal with it?" One interviewer from a panel of 5, which included Saint Wazir, asked him. Now, he knew that these questions would not commonly be asked, because the common belief for most clergy was that the faith is pure. But the situation given to him was a regular occurrence across the continent, because the faith was too big to control everything perfectly. Sylvester took only 5 seconds to give his answer. "My first action would be to gather proof of corruption so that I can later pass judgment on its basis. Of course, I would do this part in disguise, but I will try to be quick because we must avoid the riots. So once I have the proof, I shall publicly announce I am Lord's Bard and calm the people by singing the Sermon of Solis. I cannot reveal to civilians about me being an inspector, but telling them my bard identity and singing will strengthen their faith. However, I will not publicly punish the clergy either, at least not unless their crimes have gone beyond Tier 5, heathen. I would deal with them silently because I cannot allow the name of Solis to be tarnished." The interviewers wrote something down on their hidden parchments. Then the next man asked their question. This was the last one. "How would you investigate a matter of heathen committing crimes against bright mothers? He travels around the East Saul, finds bright mothers and kidnaps them at night. He then violates their purity, chops their limbs, and packs their bodies before throwing them in front of a monastery." That sounds too specific. Sylvester secretly frowned. He tried to think of a way to find such a man, but there was no immediate method, and a thorough investigation would be needed. "I will have to first find a pattern in his travels, the victims he picks, and the monasteries he chooses. Most killers, unless mentally damaged, have a motive behind their crimes. It's either due to retaliation, necessity, or when they want to send a message. Once we have the motive, we can soon catch him." "What would you do after catching him?" Saint Wazir asked this time. He put some extra emphasis on his following words, to make it clear that he was being serious. "The Lord Inquisitor taught me to show the good ones mercy but never tolerate heresy. Therefore, there is no need for prosecution. Immediate justice is execution." Chapter 68, Case 1, Dark Hunter. Sylvester could already feel the smell of happiness and excitement from the men, so he already knew he had done well. Saint Wazir spoke this time from his middle seat. Priest Sylvester, I will be honest. I initially had no confidence in you for this profession, yet I sit here, humbled by your responses. We were under the belief that a man without any experience cannot be suitable for this work. But your responses seem like you've been an inspector your whole life, knowing all the nuances, which is brilliant in our eyes. Saint Wazir stood up and walked to Sylvester with a paper bag. After reviewing everything, we deem you more than worthy of this job, and for your first assignment as Sanctum Inspector, you are to catch and kill the heathen. Who? The murderer and R** pissed of bright mothers. He has claimed 24 lives and yet remains at large. Take this packet. It has all the information we have collected until now. The target is not deemed stronger than an adept wizard, but all previous inspectors have failed to find major clues. Sylvester took the paper bag and noticed the name of the case on it. Dark Hunter. Named because he only strikes at night and has hunter-like tendencies, like the way he cut the limbs of his victims. Saint Wazir explained. Are there no other better qualified inspectors? He inquired because he imagined he'd not get any important cases at the start, but it seemed he had underestimated his own status. There are, but you have been the first to speak about finding a pattern from day one. Most other inspectors reach this conclusion after rushing to the last crime location and wasting time on pointless manhunts, so we believe having a new, young mind in this case might work. Since the interview was over, they dismissed him next. Find him and kill him. If anyone tries to protect him, kill them. You may head out and pick up the assignment slip and permanent identification document. Believing his interview was over, he walked out thinking about this assignment. Catching a rapist murderer. It's a noble task, but finding one man in this backward world will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He took a long breath and noticed Felix entering the interview room. I hope he's not as dumb as I think he is. What? Priest Felix Sandwall was known to be a cheerful man who usually kept a positive outlook on everything. But he was somewhat of a brute, which was made clear in his interview. A gang of thieves is responsible for periodically stealing supplies sent to various monasteries. How would you deal with them without revealing who did it? The interviewer asked. Felix thought about it for a second. I will ask my uncle to take care of them. Oh, my uncle is one of the 13 commanders of the Headless Order. The interviewers felt confused about how to take that answer. It was definitely not what they expected, but it was not wrong either. You are sent to investigate an unidentified supernatural phenomenon sighting. When you arrive, you find out it was fake, and a man terrorized the town for personal reasons. Suppose you didn't know it was a man. How would you investigate a phantom? Felix nodded as he closed his eyes. Easy. I shall throw a stone at the thing. If it goes through, then it's a phantom. If it strikes, the creature will screech. If it's a man, it will cry in pain. The interviewers frowned. The answers were very unconventional, as most would say they would lay a trap or try to exorcise it with a light crystal. But here Felix was, saying he'd just stone the thing. What if the phantom is 100 meters away? Saint Wazir asked. Felix smirked with confidence oozing and showed a thumbs up. No worries, respected seniors. I can throw a 10-kilo stone 500 meters away as of now. The 5 old men looked at each other's faces with a frown. They missed Sylvester's answers immediately, but they could not say what Felix was saying was wrong. It was just a very simplistic approach. Priest Felix, please wait outside. We shall announce the results shortly, Saint Wazir ordered. Thank you for giving me your time, seniors. Felix saluted and left. Once the door closed, the 5 erupted in the discussion, wondering if they should allow Felix or not. Does he even have the mental capacity to be an inspector? He appears more of a warrior to me than a thinker, one of them said. But we cannot deny that he is indeed very resourceful. He's the son of Count Sandwall, the strongest county in the Gracia Kingdom in terms of power. Priest Felix can be an asset to the cause of Sanctum inspectors. Another added. Saint Wazir, however, stayed silent as he had already received the instructions from the Holy Father, and those decisions were absolute. He could have a say in it, but he could never decide on his own. We shall allow him. Let us not forget that Priest Felix is paired with Priest Sylvester. The bard and the sword, that's the goal. Priest Sylvester can be both the brain and the muscle, while Priest Felix can protect the back. The two are underexperienced and underpowered for this work, so we cannot separate them. At the same time, Priest Felix has shown he can indeed solve problems. Our personal biases should not hinder our judgment. Well, now that Saint Wazir had spoken, others' opinions didn't matter anyway, so they all shut up and ticked the right places on the evaluation chart. Soon Felix was called back and informed he had passed and should regroup with Sylvester. Felix was thrilled and ran out to find Sylvester and hugged his best friend. Your plan worked, Max. Acting dumb and giving simple answers was enough for them. Sylvester chuckled and started walking. He had devised the plan after taking a mock interview of Felix in which the guy failed miserably. It was understandable that Felix had no experience in the real world as an investigator. He had never looked for or caught a murderer. He knew they would pass Felix as long as he was not outright bad. Hence the acting Operation Dumb was planned. Let's go now, we're going to leave tomorrow, so it's time we do some shopping. What's the assignment? Felix excitedly asked. Sylvester passed him the papers and let him read. The two headed straight to the dorms to pick up Gabriel, Marcus, and Sir Dalorum. All of them needed to select a horse and a carriage, and also some clothes. This bastard, Felix cursed after reading the crime report. We have to find and kill him. Don't let your hate blind your balanced mind, Felix. That's what fools do, and it gets you killed. Sylvester warned quickly, but he was not angered. Felix was 17, and such anger was common in boys of such age. I thought people were smart enough to know they should never hurt bright mothers. They are the kindest of all people, Felix growled. As true as it may be, Sylvester knew why some folks would do this. Some people are just mad. They think doing something otherwise unattainable by the common masses is an achievement. For this, they do deserve death. I will plop that man's head like a melon if I get to him. As they spoke, they arrived at the School of Dawn and found their 3 companions waiting. Sir Dalorum was already in his armor, but when was he not? You passed. Sylvester and Felix showed their identification. Not only have we passed, but we have our first assignment. It's to hunt and kill a heathen who harms bright mothers. Sylvester handed the papers to Sir Dalorum. Let's go and check our allotted equipment. We will be getting 1 horse each. I hope it's a big, mighty stallion, befitting my might. Felix demandingly wished, as he was always proud of his height and muscles. I'd say a pony would suit better, Marcus mocked. Felix walked beside Marcus and wrapped his arm around the guy's shoulder. Says the guy who got kicked by a horse in training. That was just one time, Felix, and it didn't even hurt me. Marcus defended his honor. Sylvester and the rest ignored their bickering and arrived at the stables as per the plan. Horses were roaming around there or eating, appearing wild. The whole place was located in the Guild's peninsula, as most of the business in the Holy Land happened from there. However, this stable was assigned for church services only. When they arrived, they found a stable master, an ordinary man of the lowest clergy rank. Sylvester showed the man appropriate request documents. We will need 5 horses and a horse carriage. Of course, respected priests, before I take you to the horses, I shall show you the carriage. It is the last remaining piece, but I assure you, it's the finest among them all. It's durable and has a waterproof roof. Sylvester felt there was something wrong with the tone of the man. It didn't feel as if he was genuinely praising the carriage, but rather trying to fool them. You can lie with words, but not smells. Here, just behind this storage, the stable master opened a wide wooden door of an outhouse and entered. He walked to a piece of cloth covering something large and stood beside it. Here it is, the beauty. I'm sure it will help you in your many future endeavors. Whoosh! This carriage is assigned to all of you, respected holy men. The stable master lifted off the cloth. Is this it? Felix exclaimed after seeing the carriage. This is a bit lacking, Gabriel muttered. Is this some sort of a joke? Sylvester wondered and went ahead to check the carriage. He looked at its wheels. They were made of wood, and the nails were already squeezing out. There were also some cracks, while the roof cover was made of a piece of white cloth as it was torn from different parts. Even the floor in the back had holes in it, and the wood was rotting in some places. The thing was just newly polished to look good. Then finally, the seats. They were made of hardwood and looked uncomfortable to sit on. He looked at the stable master with an annoyed face. Why must you make our journey tougher and have us suffer? At least tell me you have good horses. The stable master looked away and instantly gave 4 heart attacks. I have 3 horses in trained condition. 1 more is under training. However, a new batch just arrived a month ago, but they need time. So we lack 2 horses, Gabriel asked. 1, Sir Dalaram interjected. I have my own horse. Sylvester sighed and rubbed his face. Fine, when life gives you a lemon, you make lemonade. Show us the horses. Chapter 69, Yeah, boy. The horses were neighing as Sylvester, and the group entered the small enclosure where the horses were kept. The horses looked at them with interest, at the new faces. These 3 are the trained ones, and that biggest one is under training. 2 of the trained ones are mares, while 1 is a stallion. That unruly under-training one is also a stallion. The stable master informed them. Sir Dalaram was already checking the 3 horses to see if they were good. He wondered if the last carriage was left because it was the worst. Won't the horses be the same? The worst ones would be left. But he was surprised. These 3 are as good as any horse. That's because they just returned. A group of preachers had taken them to the nearby town. I want that one, the biggest. Felix quickly pointed toward the undertraining white horse. But stable master was not so sure if he wanted to give the horse away. It'd be better if you don't take him. Well, it's very unruly, and it has tried to mate with the mares 69 times. It's as if the horse is always in heat. Max, you can take that one. I'm taking this stallion. Felix quickly changed his mind. I'd rather be with a smaller stallion than a horny one. Gabriel chortled, just like you. Why did you not geld it in time? He's an adult now. Sylvester asked the man. We got it much later, as its previous owner died falling from its back. Something must have happened to it. That's why it's acting like this. Sylvester walked towards the horse while talking to Murrej secretly. Try to talk to that horse and scare it to be obedient to me. Aye, Makesy. Murrej jumped away and landed on the horse's back. It alerted the horny beast, as it could feel something was on its back but not see it. However, it had undoubtedly calmed down once Murrej started to speak near its ears. Murrej had no idea if he could talk with animals, as he had never seen anything other than birds in his long life. So he gave it his best, also making his voice sound low-pitched to scare better. Oi, oi, are you courting death? Look at that man, strong and handsome, my son. Obey him, stop being horny, or he will chop you and eat you. Murrej sounded like a typical bad guy. Sylvester saw the interaction happening with interest. Murrej had not said anything in a different language, so he had zero hopes something would happen. But he was wrong, something did happen. Netehu. Bam! Sylvester caught Murrej in his arms as the cat was thrown away. Sylvester sighed and walked to stand in front of the horse and look it in the eye. He was feeling emotions from this beast. It was a mixture of fear, lust, excitement, and rage. Why are its eyes a little dilated? What have you been feeding it? Sylvester asked. We don't feed them anything. We just let them go out in the open and graze on the fields. We have walled the whole land, so we don't worry for them much. Considering Stable Master's words, Sylvester thought of a possibility. Go and check the grounds. There must be something it ate that's doing this. Grass is making him mate with 69 mares. It does not necessarily have to be grass. Send someone to look for anything peculiar growing in your land. Take this horse with you, and maybe it will guide you to it. Meanwhile, Stable Master, let's talk about the carriage. Sylvester didn't care much about the horses. They could take them from the guilds, too, for a price. But the carriage was the main thing, as they shall be sleeping in it, using it to transport people. As they returned to the warehouse where the carriage was, they felt it appear even uglier. Are you sure this is it? We're supposed to catch criminals, not sell vegetables. This carriage is mainly used for transporting goods, Sylvester uttered in a scolding tone. Priest, this is all we have. All other carriages have been taken by clergy members. Usually, any time the carriages are returned, they get taken away immediately. If you can wait a day or two, then maybe I can get you a good stagecoach. Sylvester sighed and looked at the ugly thing on wheels. Time is something I don't have, sadly. Do you have spare parts? I wish to make some repairs to it before I take it. The stable master nodded quickly. That would be a win-win for him anyway. Of course, we have many broken carriages in the other warehouse. Use whatever you want from it. I shall go and call the carpenter and blacksmith. However, Sylvester rolled up his sleeves and stopped the man. No need. I shall make the changes myself. Just bring the tools. Max, what are you planning? Felix inquired interestedly. Sylvester instead picked up an axe from nearby and handed it to the man. I need you to rip off the reinsman's seats. I shall not allow our asses to suffer. What? They only had one day to make all the necessary changes and improvements. So all the boys and Sir Dalaram, who was a jack of all trades, got to work. Sylvester had all the plans in his mind. They were little things that could make significant changes. First of all, they needed more storage. They could not just throw everything in the back. For example, they needed a dry place to keep their tents, utensils, spices, and sugar. At the same time, a few major improvements he made to the floor of the carriage. First, he replaced the rotting wood. After that, his focus was on the wheels. Initially, they were too big and thick and more prone to being stuck in the mud. So he entirely changed them by using smaller wheels. However, these were reinforced with steel around the circumference. This gave them a lot of durability. After all the structural things, he focused on comfort. For this, he made a simple spring frame with metal for the base of the reinsman's seat, then added some leather cushioning to the seat, and at last, for better visibility at night, added side frames for hanging lamps. From the morning to evening, all the way until the sun wasn't out of their sight, they worked on the carriage and made it worthy of being the seat of two gods favored. Let's hope you know what you are doing, Marcus muttered as he wiped off his sweat. Sylvester scoffed, wondering if he might have just revolutionized the carriages and stagecoaches by introducing a spring, as he had not seen the thing until now. I'm tired now, Priest Sylvester. The stable master was also there, as Sylvester didn't let the man leave and made him work. I found it. However, just then a man came running. His clothes and face looked mudded, but he had a smile. The horse was eating this all this time. I ate too, and it made my tool erect. Sylvester walked forward and took the plant the man had brought. He sniffed it first and then took a small bite. Wait, isn't this ginseng? Let me try. The stable master also tried to take one piece. But Sylvester stopped him. No, it could be poisonous. At the same time, he spoke with Murage secretly. Boy, go and store all the roots this man found in your belly, but remember, don't eat it, or you will become like that horse. Let the church do their investigation on this before you eat it. Ah, look outside. It's late at night. We should leave now. Sylvester took away all the samples the man had brought. The land belongs to the church. They will do nothing with it anyway. He thought and decided to sell these roots later outside to some noble as a cure for erectile dysfunction. It may not always work, but even as hope, it was worth a lot. But the problem still persisted. So, is that horse considered fine then? Because this root was causing the behavioral disorder. Sir Dalaran, can you check it? Of course. As Sir Dalaran went to check the horse, Felix and Gabriel went to tie it to the carriage with 2 horses, while Marcus got onto the third. Eventually, Sir Dalaran approved the stallion. It's not the best, but it's trained enough to ride on it. You can likely handle it, Priest Sylvester. Great, it's time to head home then. Sir Dalaran, get on the carriage. Sylvester jumped on top of his horse and rode out of the stables. As they slowly left, he noticed Murreg coming back, running. He jumped over and sat down in front of Sylvester. However, Sylvester noticed something. Chonky, you ate it, didn't you? I told you not to. I didn't, you didn't see me eat it. Yeah, then why are you panting? And show me your eyes. Murreg glared back, wanting to prove his innocence. Sadly, there was none. Dilated eyes, you ate it. You're not sleeping on the bed tonight. Woe! Murreg screamed towards the sky with his paws high, cursing his luck because it really sucked. He knocked on Murreg's fluffy head and made him sit down silently. Then they rode back to Pope's Peninsula, tied their horses, and parked the carriage in the stables. Sylvester ordered them around as he and Felix held the authority this time. We shall head out tomorrow morning. The destination is not decided yet. I will have to analyze all the information tonight first. Don't be late, Felix, sleep early. You don't wake up on time otherwise. I will see you in the morning. With that, he and Sir Dalaran left for their residences. As it was in the same direction, they spoke while strolling. You should just call me Sylvester when we're not in official places. Adding priest behind my name is strange. He suggested to the man who considered him a son. Sir Dalaran chuckled. Get used to it, Priest Sylvester. Soon you will be called Archpriest, then Lord as a bishop, Your Grace as an Archbishop, and then His Eminence as a Cardinal. These words are meant to instill grandeur in the minds of the masses. They are necessary. Sylvester sighed as he reached Bright Mother's residence. I do hope we're not so grand that the masses can't even feel one with us, as that would only give more ground to Anti-Light sect. Well, good night, Sir Dalaran. As he left, Sir Dalaran watched Sylvester in wonder and nodded in affirmation to himself. Yes, he's the one. If not him, then nobody can. Chapter 70, Race Against Time. It was their last night in the Holy Land, but Sylvester decided to spend it with Xavia instead, as he'd be with his friends anyway. She was already frightened for him, worrying about how he was going to survive outside. She knew her son was strong but feared for his blood identity. Don't worry, if I want to keep getting the benefits from the church, I have to prove myself too. And honestly, this work is not too harsh for me, because I will be away from the Holy Land as I feel most threatened here. He tried calming her and ate dinner. Ever since the whole Rommel deal a few days ago, their relationship had not been on good terms. He did not talk much with her, while Xavia was too afraid to anger him more. But Sylvester wished to at least leave after giving her some peace of mind. You should eat healthy when I leave. I know you become lazy when I'm not around. Xavia nodded her head, as if she was the kid in this situation. And you don't need to overwork yourself. We're just slaves to the faith. We get nothing in return but hollow praises. So you better rest whenever you can. I wouldn't like it if something were to happen to you. I will, she chirped obediently. If you face any problems, just ask the Inquisitors. They are a bunch of scoundrels in most cases, but when it comes to me, they are always near orgasmic. Remember, Mother, Until I'm not a grand wizard, in fact, even then, living here will be a hazard," he added, ensuring she knew all the warnings beforehand. Xavier looked at Sylvester's face. Her eyes twinkled as if on the verge of tearing up. She was, in fact, thankful to him and admired him for being wise beyond his age. "Max, please take care of yourself. I knew your life would be one of hardships once they called you God's favored. I never wanted this, but fate gave it to us." "I don't blame you, Mum. You did what you did to survive. But just remember, even a puppy can bite when hurt or annoyed. Never forget that you must always keep your head high. Look people in the eyes with confidence, and if someone tries harming you, then I am with you. Remember, once you show weakness, they will shred you to pieces. Even if you're scared, even if all the odds are stacked against you, never show fear or doubt, never." Xavier nodded her head firmly and agreed with his words. She did live her life in fear all this while, but slowly Sylvester was helping her gain her confidence back. "Also, we have enough money to afford any home items you want. Get new utensils, new flower pots, get a paintbrush and a canvas to draw. You've run enough. Nobody will harm you for enjoying some time for yourself," he advised as he finished his meal and got up. "I need to prepare. I will be leaving at dawn. Have a serial murderer and R***pissed to catch and kill. Good night." He washed his dishes in the kitchen and left silently. All the while Xavier watched him and regretted them being in the church. Inside the locked room of Sylvester, he got Murrej to sit at the table. "Chonky, show me all our collected wealth. Before we leave, we should sort it out in smaller bags so you can hand me a certain bag whenever I need it." "Okay." Murrej started to, as usual, vomit, but he had gotten used to it and had become a master of controlling power, so he didn't cover the things in saliva anymore. "You were." It was as if he had won a lottery from a machine. The horde of gold coins and precious items came like a wave and covered half of the room. It was very loud, too. "Knock, knock." "Max, what happened? I heard a loud noise. Are you okay?" "It's nothing, Mum. I was just practicing my light magic and air magic. You can go to sleep. I won't make any more noises," he replied and waited for her to leave his door. Then he looked around in amazement and pride. He used to be a fake industrialist in the Soviet Union, so he was well aware of earning and managing black money. But seeing this much made him feel proud for some reason. "This is at least a few 100,000 gold graces, and all these jewelry, rubies, and diamonds. We really are the biggest robbers, it seems, Chonky. Now come and help me stack them." So the two boys sat side by side and counted their loot. Sylvester was happy that he took the cat in because having him made his life a bit easier. Meanwhile, Murrej was delighted. He took Sylvester in because having him around kept him busy and fed. It took them a few hours to sort everything into small bags of 10,000 gold graces. Sylvester never told Murrej to take anything below a gold. But he overestimated a little. So there are about 120,069 gold graces, 3 gold rings, 10 gold chains, 100 diamonds, and nearly 1,000 rubies. Also the fake eye of that archbishop, and what are these, Chonky? Where are their pebbles? Suddenly Murrej jumped over to hide the little shining, colorful pebbles. "So smooth and shiny. They are my pebbles, Makesy. I like them, so I keep them." Honestly, he felt like hugging the cat at that moment. Sometimes Murrej was just the joy of his heart. He chuckled and nodded. "Sure, if you like it, keep as many pebbles as you want. I will even help look for new pebbles." "You will?" "Why not? Everyone deserves to have a hobby. It can be anything. For me, it's craftsmanship and restoration. For Felix, it's polishing his armor and sword. For Gabriel, it's praying to the Lord, and for Marcus, well, I don't want to think about his hobby. Anyway, store all this back in and sleep. It's going to be a long journey tomorrow." "Meow," Murrej gave a thumbs up, something he learned watching Felix. Well, another day, nothing new. The birds tweeted around the window. The sun was peeking from the horizon, reminding everyone to get up and do the same thing they did yesterday. Sylvester's eyes opened automatically. His brain clock was strong at this stage. He had learned the art of taking a nap anywhere, anytime you can get some solace to stay fresh. He got up, took a bath, groomed Murad's fur a bit, and picked his bags to head out. His battle equipment was already at the school, so all he took from home were some clothes. "Good luck, Max." Xavier came out of her room, meekly looking at him. Sylvester sighed and returned to hug her so that she'd feel better these days. "Take care. I will have to return to make a detailed report, so it's not like I'm leaving forever. See you in a few days." All he felt from Xavier was an unadulterated odor of motherly love. That was the only reason he stuck around her. Otherwise, he'd have broken all his ties. He could feel she was watching him all the way until he disappeared from the corridor and walked downstairs. Then she watched him go from the window until she could no longer. Sylvester soon arrived at the School of Dawn. The air was particularly chilling that day, reminding that the cold winter was arriving soon. "Is everyone ready?" He noticed Sir Dalorum, Gabriel, and Felix were present. Gabriel frowned all of a sudden. "Marcus is not with you." "Me? Why would he be with me? I saw him with you three last night," Sylvester responded. "Is he not in the room?" "No, it's empty. All his luggage is gone. It's not in the carriage either, and his horse is gone too," Felix added. "What tricks are those in the high castle playing now?" "Let's go and check around the administration building. I have a feeling they'd know where he is," Sylvester suggested. Without question, they all got on their horses and rushed to check. It was not too far away since it was all on Pope's Peninsula. "I should go," Sir Dalorum volunteered. "They might not tell you, seeing your age and rank. I'm known around here very well." "You have my thanks," Sylvester allowed him. As they waited, he wondered what could be the reason for this disappearance. There was nothing much special about Marcus except the fact he was too flexible. "Did you check his room correctly? Was there any note left by him?" he asked. But the two denied it. "Both of us checked every corner of the room, but there was nothing," said Gabriel. "He's been reassigned." Sir Dalorum returned just then. "He was reassigned on an emergency basis and sent away. They didn't tell me what profession, but I believe some intelligence office took him in." "Intelligence? He's not even that smart, and he has dyslexia," Sylvester exclaimed. Dyslexia? Sir Dalorum wondered what that strange word was. "Just the term I have for Marcus' situation. But the matter stands, why such a hurry in him?" he wondered. "It will take me some time, but I can likely get more information if I'm careful. But we're leaving the Holy Land," Sir Dalorum suggested, but they were helpless. Sylvester tried to think of a way to find him, but it was impossible without any information of his whereabouts. He sighed helplessly. "We can't delay our assignment either, or we'll get penalized. So our only option is to catch this heathen quickly and return." "Agreed," Sir Dalorum responded. They all returned to the school with saddened faces and heavy hearts to get the carriage. But now they lacked one horse, and a mare with a stallion can't be put to pull the carriage. "Felix, let your stallion and mine pull. You take Gab's mare. He and I will ride on the carriage," he suggested. They were not in the mood to argue anyway, so Felix gave up his stallion. But he didn't take Gabriel's mare and instead sat beside Sylvester in the reinsman's seat. "Let's go," he said. Sylvester nodded and loosened the reins and slightly whipped the horses with it. With that, they were on the move, headed towards the exit of the Holy Land, with a heavy heart and opposite of what they had planned. "Wait." However, before they crossed the Holy Land's borders, a man came galloping on his horse, appearing tired and tense. "I need Priest Sylvester Maximilian." "Here." Sylvester waved the hand at the running man, the world's postman of sorts. The letter was sent from St. Wazir's office. It's urgent." Sylvester quickly opened it and read it carefully. Momentarily, a frown was apparent on his face. The mission that was already rushed now got hastened. That heathen, he got another bright mother. Chapter 71, Best Hobby. The investigation was not going to be easy. Sylvester tried to be as fast as possible, but that didn't mean he could be ignorant. "Stop, we are not going to kill you." At the moment, Sylvester and Felix were chasing a man suspected to be a local creep in a town near where the last victim was found. Someone had seen the local creep taking the body with him. And when Sylvester and the team reached there and started asking around, the man made a run for it on his horse. Felix and Sylvester had their horses with them, so they also chased. But when someone like Felix shouts at somebody and says he's not going to kill, the other person will definitely think he's lying, and death is imminent. Sylvester had to take the matter into his own hands. He showed his palm while on the horse and sent out light. Then he started singing, more like bellowing a hymn. "Fear not, child of Solis, for you have not sinned. Fear the sinner whose fate is in your hands hinged." As the man glanced back, he was greeted by a mesmerizing view of Sylvester. Of course, at this point, Sylvester was not a cute child anymore, but still, he was handsome enough to affect even the men, especially when singing a hymn. The man stopped his horse suddenly and jumped down to kneel. Forgive me, my lord, please forgive me. I didn't mean to take that body, I wanted to study it." Sylvester was honestly disgusted, but he remained calm. At times you have to call a donkey a dad. "What study, child of the light?" The man confessed to his sins. I just wanted to see the body of a bright mother and how it's different from normal women." Sylvester and Felix looked at each other's faces, appalled by what they heard. "Why would you think they are any different from ordinary women? They are all the same except their worship for the Lord," Sylvester said. "But they are considered pure. I wanted to see what that meant." Felix scoffed as he bellowed at the man. "That means they are either virgins or reject laying with men. That's it. I don't know why you would think something else, but tell us now, when did you pick the body? Did you see who threw it?" "Tell us, child of light," Sylvester chimed. Acting as bad cops, good cops seemed to work, as the man confessed. "I saw him throw the body. That's why I took it before the monastery could." Sylvester stepped down from his horse and walked to the man. He ruffled his hair and politely asked, "Can you tell me what he looked like? About his height or anything peculiar about him?" The man looked at Sylvester's face in worship. "Yes, my lord. I did not see his face as it was covered with robes. However, when I saw his left hand, it was badly burned, and he had red eyes. I felt scared just looking at him." "What about his horse? What did it look like?" Felix questioned. The man tried to remember it with all his focus. It was black, tall, and had a hairy tail." "A mare or a stallion?" Sylvester pressed. "I believe it was a stallion. It was too tall." "Which way did he go?" he asked further. "Towards Ranthburg, unless he went off-road. I don't know anything else, my lord. I am not a sinner, please bless me." The man cried again on his knees. Sylvester nodded and said a short rhyme for him that made a halo appear behind his head. "Sinner knows not when sinned, as unknowingly as the flowing wind. But the Lord sees all and judges. His words are absolute. His actions are just. For he does not hold grudges." What? Felix, Sylvester stepped back suddenly. In response, Felix came forward and slashed his sword swiftly, beheading the man without any pain. His mind was too corrupt. If not today, then tomorrow he'd sin. For a man obsessed with dead bodies, one day when he can't find them, he'd make them, Sylvester muttered. Felix didn't mind killing him either. He was a lowly runt who was sick in mind. No need to think much about him. "Indeed, let's go." Sylvester used earth runes to make a grave for the man, then he put the body in it and burned it. This was the easiest way to prevent him from turning into a creature of night. Then they got on their horses and followed the trail. Sylvester, meanwhile, wrote in his report book. In every instance, the man appears in a town or village near a forest or a large overgrown area. So I believe the conclusion by the previous inspectors that this man is a hunter is right. But I'd rather not take it to heart. What if the man is doing things just to confuse us? He has not been caught for this long by many senior inspectors. There has to be something he's doing that we have not thought of yet. Felix had an idea suddenly and blurted, "What if it's not just one man? Otherwise, how would you explain the killer appearing in distant places so fast?" I thought of that too. The last attack occurred in Malgoth village, while this fool said the killer was moving towards Ranthburg. The pattern is too jumbled up. Sylvester muttered in deep thought. I hope Gab and Sir Dalaram find something. The two made their way towards Ranthburg while keeping an eye on any clue they could find. They also went off-road whenever they noticed even a hint of a trail leading to any forests nearby. They came across many wild animals on their way, but they didn't kill them as that would be a waste of meat. It was just their third day, and things did not look very good. They were just praying that no other Bright Mother was killed before they could put an end to this menace. At the same time, in another direction, not too far from Sylvester, Sir Dalaram and Gabriel entered a small village to meet the local clergy and ask them about what was happening. However, as they arrived at the small monastery, they were surprised to see there was another man, old and kind-looking, investigating the same case, but he was not from the church. However, what shocked them the most was that the old man had a blonde beard, hair, and golden eyes. Gabriel rubbed his own eyes, feeling it was just Sylvester but older. Sir Dalaram even directly asked him, "Do you know someone named Xavia?" "Xavia, that's a unique name. I'd remember if I heard it before." Gabriel looked at him in wonder. "Are you a clergy too?" "Haha, no, I am an adventurer and a concerned citizen. I like bright mothers, the gentle women. I hate it when good people are hurt. Ah, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jax, the Golden Eye. I got a bit of a name in Masan Empire," Jax cheerfully revealed. Gabriel and Sir Dalaram took long breaths, as they felt the man seemed too similar to Sylvester in all but age. However, Sir Dalaram was smart enough not to trust the information provided by an adventurer. As the clergymen from the Holy Land, their investigation needed to be independent of any influence. "I just spoke to the archpriest in the monastery, and I am heading to the Vine Forest, as all my leads lead me there." "Do you wish to join me, respected clergyman?" Jax asked. Gabriel let Sir Dalaram deal with this, knowing his inexperience. "What are the leads that you found?" With a sigh, Jax took out a diary and handed it to Sir Dalaram. "I've been tracking him for a year now, and all the clues tell me the Vine Forest is the place he hides, or they hide." That raised everyone's eyebrows. Sir Dalaram silently read the whole diary and frowned from time to time. There were finer details about each victim that were not even present in the official church report. "How did you find all these details?" he asked. "Let's just say I have a disorder that forces me to overanalyze things. The daggers used to cut the bodies were different, yet the pattern was the same." "That's why you think it's teamwork," Gabriel exclaimed. "Indeed, look more. You will find more compelling evidence." Sir Dalaram read more and found the testimony of people who claimed they saw the killer. Each time the description of height and horse was different, while the clothes were the same. Soon, he reached the end, where the Vine Forest was pinpointed because of the direction of each killer's escape. Sometimes it was vague, but if one were to focus on the forest, the direction matched due to the roads eventually leading there. "I think we should check the forest, but we need to inform our superiors first. They are not too far away," Sir Dalaram decided. But at the same time, he made a mental note to keep an eye on this blonde man, because things seemed too convenient at the moment. Jax was happy to have company. No problem, let's go there together. What? Yup, it's a team job. Sylvester reached the same conclusion around the same time. Why? Because he found the same road pattern as Jax. Of course, he was not as sure, however. But after plotting all the locations of crimes and escape directions on the map, everything pointed towards the Vine Forest, as it was the only hiding location. The Vine Forest was located at the border of Gracia and Riveria Kingdom's easternmost edge, touching the Blood Sea. It was also called Broken Mangrove sometimes, as the area was cut into smaller pieces with deep water ditches. The place was uninhabitable, so it was easy to spot that a group of murderers was heading in that direction. However, that also made Sylvester take this clue with a grain of salt, because if he could so easily spot this, most likely other inspectors did too. Could it be a fake trail they were following? He had to think of backups too, but that didn't mean he could ignore the Vine Forest. Felix, let's meet Sir Dalorum and Gab. We need to head in there and kill these men. Prepare your tools and all the magic crystals you have. My blade is never not sharp, Max. You need to think about your spear. Sylvester glanced at the spear that hung on the back. He was annoyed that he could not simply just go to see Viscount Gordon Mineworth and learn metal manipulation from him. I will eventually learn everything about it. First, we got some heathens to the massacre. Felix grinned. Ah, my favorite hobby. Chapter 72, Vine Forest. Sylvester truly felt the need for some modern communication devices at that moment. There was no way of quickly telling Sir Dalorum and Gabriel about his decision to go to the Vine Forest. He had to physically head back to find the two. I don't like the feeling of this. The Vine Forest is an unmapped area, and if the sinners are hiding there, they likely know the place better than us, so they can easily hide from us and attack us from places we wouldn't expect. Sylvester muttered. He wanted some more assurance that no matter what they find in there, they can actually defeat it. He'd rather not have one more Goldstone incident on his head at the start of his career. What do you suggest? Felix asked. We need to go to Ranthburg town first. It's the largest town in Gracia Kingdom South. We will likely find a garrison of inquisitors there, and I think they will be happy to help me. He planned. The two moved on the dirt road towards Ranthburg town. Their way passed through the Evergreen Mountains. It had blossoming flowers and fruit-producing trees all around the year. But the whole place was packed with trees, making it hard to look much farther. This was common in the south of Gracia and the whole of Riveria kingdoms, as the two kingdoms had the highest crop production and green cover. Sadly, that also meant unsafe woods for travelers. Thieves, murderers, creatures of the night, all such things haunt the commoners, as securing the roads at all times was an excruciatingly expensive task that no one wanted to embark on. There was a saying, getting mugged ain't no fun and there is nowhere to run. From one look, it was clear why this was said. Nobody can run away from thieves who live their whole lives in the mountains. The two first made their way to meet Sir Dalorum and Gabriel. However, for that, they had to go back, but thankfully they met in the middle. However, Sylvester was shocked when he saw the old man with blonde hair, beard, and golden eyes. He felt he was looking at himself, but maybe a few hundred years down the line, although he didn't think this could be his father. Likewise, the old man was surprised to see another person with golden eyes. This was so rare he had not seen another one with such in his whole life. Are you by any chance related to me? Sir Dalorum chuckled at the reaction from Jax. This is Priest Sylvester Maximilian, the Lord's Bard, adventurer Jax. I doubt he's related to you if you've lived most of your life in the West. Sylvester eyed the man with suspicion. He didn't feel any sincerity from him, no matter what he was saying. However, it didn't feel like an outright lie. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jax, so you will be joining us? Sylvester asked him. Jax nodded his head and respectfully replied, I am, respected priest. This humble servant of the Lord is forever happy to help you. Lies. Sylvester caught it instantly as he felt sourness in his mouth. What's this man's goal now? Sylvester wondered. But he didn't speak just yet, as that was counterproductive. Great, let's move to Ranthburg first. Then, we shall take the Holy Road to enter the Riviera Kingdom and move east from there. He did not tell them what he was planning, however. He tried to find out more about the supposed adventurer that appeared out of nowhere along the way. So, what brought here from the west? I reckon the Masan Empire is not too bad. It's rich and still powerful. It is, but also corrupt. They face the same problem as any, too big to administer, and hence corruption is rampant. As a result, many people are moving either south or east in search of a better life, away from the corrupt officials. Jax revealed, but he didn't stop there. I instead work to help people cross over the various land boundaries, as traveling can be quite dangerous. And when I heard about the murders of bright mothers, I knew my calling had come. What a bastard, almost everything is a lie. Sylvester caught it all fairly quickly. By now, he knew that this man was either a spy or someone with ulterior motives for him. Knowing the man was a lost cause, he moved near Sir Dalorum and asked him about the Vine Forest. Was there ever any large population living inside the Vine Forest, perhaps before or during the war? Sir Dalorum tried to think about it. There have been no such findings as far as I know. Forget having people living there, even traversing around is hard. Even if you have a dinghy, it's impossible to move because you don't know the waterways. So we're going to need a local guide. Let's hope the garrisons in Ranthburg have someone there. The five slowly made their way to the town. They had parked their carriage in the Malgoth village as they were going off-road. Doing that also allowed them to go faster. Traveling through the Evergreen Mountains and the various farmlands that came after, they arrived at the last town of the Gracia Kingdom. It was large and full of activity as it was the last point before entering Riviera. Not to mention, the church's presence was much more here. Sylvester had the authority as a sanctum inspector, so he directly headed into the local inquisitor camp, manned by an inquisitor general, a position just below the inquisitor high lord. The man was an arch-wizard with a clergy position of archbishop, and looked old as most people of his status. He was a pure wizard with no knightly talent, but in holy inquisitors, the magic was often more helpful in major circumstances. Sylvester was granted a meeting with the man in the camp full of tents, and since Sir Dalorum was high in the Holy Inquisitor's administration, his clout was even more. I am Priest Sylvester Maximilian, Sanctum Inspector. I need some men to come with me into the Vine Forest. We suspect the people behind the recent killings of bright mothers are hiding in there. Sylvester was direct and precise in talks. Greetings, Inspector. I am Inquisitor General Van Joseph. I've heard much about you from the traveling clergymen coming from the Holy Land. If I don't help the bard, I know Lord Inquisitor will make my life hard, haha. How many men do you need? The man replied in a mellow tone. This was the case with most inquisitors. They were not usually repulsive, abusive people, but just acted that way with civilians to keep the fear among the masses. Sylvester thought about the killings and the more clues he got from Jax, which he felt were true. How many men do you have? I have 4 battalions here, each having 1,500 men. 2 of them are currently deployed, so we only have the remaining 2. How many enemies do you suspect? That was the problem. They had no idea. We don't know, but they are heathens, good as hunters, and possibly have a hidden motive behind the killing, noted from the specific way of mutilating the bodies. I would ask for at least 1 company to come with us, and some guides who know how to travel the Vine Forest. The Inquisitor General immediately agreed. That's it? I thought you'd need whole battalions. Well, if all you need is a company, then take it. I shall assign you the best one we have here, and the best guides will accompany you." Bam! As soon as the old man slammed his staff to the ground, his adjutant stepped into the tent. "General, call in Holy Commander Arnold. I have a task for him, and tell the water wizards to prepare to go into Vine Forest." "Right away, General." Sylvester and Sir Dalaran made small talk with the old man as they waited. Then, as always, the man asked Sylvester for a hymn, but he had to reject, knowing if he obliged once, he'd be asked all the time. Eventually, the commander named Arnold appeared, a big muscular golden knight, a rank although on the same number as Arch-Wizard, but much weaker in terms of power. "Son, go with Sanctum inspectors and kill the heathens responsible for murdering Bright Mothers. They hide in Vine Forest, leave not even their ashes there." The knight thumped his chest and bowed his head. "I will make you proud, General." With that, Sylvester had a small army of 250 men coming with him. However, he didn't let them walk with him as he didn't know if there were enemy spies around the town that might alert those in the Vine Forest. Heck, he sent Felix, Gabriel, and Jax first towards Vine Forest, as he suspected Jax too. Once the army mounted their horses, Sylvester, Sir Dalaran, and one water wizard guide galloped on their horses and caught up with Felix's party. "Let's go, the Inquisitors have dinghies positioned at the shore." Sylvester rushed them as well. So all of them made their way into the Vine Forest. The name was misleading as it was more of a mangrove. However, it was full of so many vines hanging from mangrove trees, tall and small, so dense that it seemed like a forest. They had to leave their horses outside and walk on foot, but as soon as they entered, they felt how dangerous the place was. The forest was extremely dense, and the trees blocked half of the light. It was just green everywhere, so much so that even the water looked green due to algae, making it harder to differentiate between water and land. Splash! "Ah, phoo!" Felix cursed when he suddenly felt his leg fall into a water hole, deep enough to swallow the leg whole. "Watch out!" Jax quickly caught him and pulled him out. "Take every step carefully. There is mostly water under this vegetative surface." Felix took a sigh of relief but with a face full of horror. I felt like something was pulling me down, man." The guide quickly warned when he heard this. "So it must be true. I've heard this forest has cannibal vines that are spread everywhere under the surface. So if you fall in the water, they will catch you and drown you, in time, consuming you for nutrition by piercing your body." Gabriel and Felix gulped their saliva after hearing that. And the worst thing was they had only entered the forest. They were yet to reach the shore of the first major waterway. Sir Dalaran looked at the water hole where Felix fell and noticed something. He quickly used his sword and picked the little white orb out. Strange. "This is a skull," Gabriel wondered after looking. But Sylvester gloomed after seeing it. "This does not resemble a human, yet it's too humanoid." The guide coughed, pulling their attention. "Please don't touch things. This forest is uncharted land. Nobody knows what kind of species lived here before the light of Solis touched us all. I would love to explore, but we need to hurry. I do not wish to remain here after sunset, not after the fog sets." "Why, what happens after sunset?" Felix inquired, knowing well he wouldn't like the answer. The guide, with a horrified face, blurted, "Free reign of death. The vines come to life and move, changing the landscape entirely. Even if we get lost here and somehow survive the night, we won't ever reach back alive." Sylvester frowned and couldn't help but worry for the army instead. For 250 men inside this dangerous land, it was an accident waiting to happen. But he needed them, so he sighed and moved along. "Considering my luck, we're staying here for days." Chapter 73. A Man of Word. The land they had to walk on was wretched. One wrong step could doom them. Meanwhile, they also had to keep an eye around to ensure the enemy was not watching them in hiding. Sylvester looked above his head, and from the shadows cast down, he reckoned it was close to sunset. The face of the guide was also turning anxious as they had just reached the dinghy. They got on it and started to row carefully. The water was so green that it appeared they were moving on the land, but they all knew what lay beneath them: death. What are the other creatures that live in this place? Felix wondered. The guide answered, great pythons, great crocodiles, and the river dragons. Nearly everything here wishes to kill or devour you. Sylvester looked at the water carefully. Any animal name with great as a prefix meant that the animal was much larger than usual. He remembered seeing a great lion, which was as big as a one-story house. How big would the crocodiles and pythons be? That was a scary thought in itself. But their problem now was that they had no idea where they should even go because the vine forest was like a maze with interconnected waterways. Some were even dead ends. If there are people living here, they would likely be somewhere they know they can hide. They also need a large land area to stay as far away from the dangerous waters as possible. They also need some structure, as sleeping on the ground is nothing less than a death sentence. We need to find the largest land in the vine forest and hope the sinners are hiding there before sunset, he suggested. Max, why don't we just follow the little water flow? If it's flowing, that must mean it leads to an end, right? Gabriel suggested to him. Sylvester looked at the green water. There was indeed a very faint current. We can, but that's the least likely path the sinners are to take to hide, but let me try something, take the dinghy to the shore first. His command was regarded as the highest authority, so they did as asked. Sylvester then jumped off. Wait for me here, I'll be back in a minute. But priest, I'm not going far, Sir Dalorum, just wait here. I will be back with a direction to head. Sylvester reassured and walked away. His destination was not decided, as he just wanted to be out of the direct line of sight of everyone else. So once he came past a few trees, he talked to Muraj. Chonky, I will throw you above the tree line. You look around and see if you notice anything of interest. Aye, ma, what? No, I hate heights. Come on, Chonky, I will catch you easily, don't you trust me? Sylvester insisted. Muraj looked at his face nervously. Will you catch me, really? What if you can't? I will, trust me. I can use the air element to pull you towards me, so don't worry. Besides, you're a cat. You can handle falling from heights, he assured him. He could have climbed the trees too, but that would not help as the view would be limited. To see from a better height was the only way. Okay, throw me. Here you go then. Sylvester put Muraj's butt on his palm and made him fold his hind legs so his body appeared like a ball. Keep your eyes open and look all around. Look for any giant out-of-the-ordinary tree or building structure. He threw Muraj up with enough strength. Miuwa. Muraj felt the air push against his face, forcing his eyes to close. But he tried his best and looked around, slowly reaching the peak. However, he soon realized that falling was more terrifying than going up. Nylia. The furry boy fell back briefly and was caught in Sylvester's arms. His white fur now looked messy, as if an electric shock had hit him. So did you see something? Muraj looked at Sylvester's face and wondered how important he was to this boy. Yes, I saw. There is a big tree in the east, big like the Soul Tree, and in the north I saw some broken roofs of towers. Sylvester caressed Muraj's hair back into normal style as he walked back to the dinghy. It seems we should get to the towers first. If there is some building structure, then the chances of someone living there increases. Head north, he ordered as he jumped back into the dinghy. Others eyed him in suspicion, but knew better not to ask for anything as it was not the right time. So Felix and Sir Dalorum started to row the dinghy in the desired direction. Gabriel was not a knight, so he needed to preserve his energy. Jax was an old man. At the same time, the guide was tense, looking around and finding the right path. Sylvester, however, was only focused on sensing the surroundings. On their way, Sylvester had to throw Murrej a few more times as they had no map of the land. So each time, they'd sometimes have to move upstream to keep going north without missing the spot. "This is bad. It will be nighttime in an hour or so," the guide muttered in fear. Sir Dalaran shrugged and patted the man on the shoulder. "You are in the presence of the strongest light wizard in history. Nights are of no concern as long as we are together. Even Priest Gabriel can use the light magic." "Indeed," Sylvester reassured. "The only reason these vines don't move has something to do with the sunlight. So as long as we all stay together and I use my magic, we shall be fine. I am worried about the Inquisitor army, however." "You called the army," Jax exclaimed. "Armies are not suitable to fight in such a landscape." Sylvester nodded, even though he had reservations about the man. "Agreed, but as long as their commander is smart, they would not enter the forest so easily. We must reach the shore and get ourselves a base for the night. We can't be on the wait." As the guide spoke, his voice suddenly stopped with a choke. Sir Dalaran pulled the man back from the front of the dinghy. "What happened?" "The neck." Sylvester moved quickly and noticed a small dart planted in the throat. "Get down, quick." "I got this covered," Jax suddenly yelled and took out a golden coin from his pouch. He then placed it in the middle of the dinghy and placed his palm on it. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind touching them all, they felt an invisible barrier form around the dinghy. "I made these my rune tokens. They come in handy in times of need like now, as they decrease the solarium used for casting a rune with our elemental magic. Extremely helpful at night," Jax explained calmly. Bam! Bam! Every now and then, some darts would come flying and hit the invisible shield made of air. The good thing about the air shield was that they could still row the boat, albeit with more exertion. "As expected, they are great hunters, especially at night," Sylvester muttered. "Max, how far can your light reach?" Felix inquired. "Far enough, but it's no use fighting right now. They can easily run away, leaving us stuck in some water hole, and we can't remain on the water either. So let's get to the shore and hold the ground there. If they dare to come too close, we have enough means to kill them from a distance," Sylvester quickly planned. So as planned, they reached the shore without knowing where the darts were coming from. "What about the guide?" Gabriel asked as he got out. "Dead," Sir Dalaran replied and left the body to float in the dinghy. "Poison," Sylvester reckoned and got more careful. The night had arrived, and it was impossible to look forward anymore. So Sylvester took the lead and used his right hand to create light. They all used some sort of a shield with their magic as they walked to safety. Bam! The darts kept on coming out of nowhere. However, they knew they were being watched. They could feel it, and it was an unnerving experience. "Stop, let's rest here." Sylvester stopped after arriving at a reasonably open space where they could look around themselves. They could have made themselves an earth dome for protection, but they stuck to air-based as they didn't want to wake up the next day, unable to get out because vines covered them. "Let's use the light crystals now," Sylvester suggested. None of them were scared or even rushing to do anything. Sylvester didn't know about Jax, but everyone else had been through so many nerve-wracking situations in the past few years that this was nothing in their eyes. Not when the enemies were so weak they resorted to using darts from a distance. Heck, even Murrej was happily sleeping on Sylvester's lap. While Gabriel was reading a book, Felix sharpened his sword, and Sir Dalaran was also dozing while sitting. Only Jax and Sylvester were doing nothing other than keeping a watch. "Priest Sylvester, did your father also have golden eyes?" Jax asked suddenly. "Don't know, never saw my father. He probably did have them because my mother certainly does not have them. What about you?" he asked back. Jax smiled as if he remembered something. "Of course, my son and daughter both got golden eyes, but only the girl took my hair, and the boy took his mother's black hair. At least he's not lying here. Sylvester sighed as he looked around. The vines had indeed started to move, but since they had light crystals, the vines stayed away from them as if they were the plague. Ralia. What was that? Sylvester stood up and used his hands to throw as much light as possible to look around. Everyone was alerted by the cry. Stay alert, Sir Dalaram warned and prepared to defend. Halia. The cry came again, but not in their direction. There, Felix pointed to the left. Sylvester quickly moved his hand and looked. Wait, I'm going out, cover me. He jumped out of the air shield quickly and ran towards the humanoid figure. It was covered in mud, but Sylvester recognized the hair, eyes, and build. Sir Arnold, what are you doing here? Where is the army? Sylvester got to the man, who was covered in mud from head to toe and appeared tired. His sword blade was also chipped in places, showing the man didn't have it easy. I could not let my boys walk to their death here at night, so I stopped them outside. But I vowed General Joseph I'd go with you. I'm here to keep that promise. Sylvester helped the man by giving him a shoulder and walking him into their little safe space. What a man, was all Sylvester could think about this man. Once they were safe, Sir Arnold sat down tiredly and took long breaths. I was lost initially, but then I saw the light far away while resting on top of a tree. Sanctum Inspector, I know what we're dealing with. I came across a shrine of these heathens. Shrine? They pray to someone. Sylvester narrowed his gaze as he passed a glass of water. The big man nodded. Yes, these filths. There is a reason why they are so good at hunting at night. They pray to Kazul, so we must rest at night and in the morning hunt them. Jax cursed vocally as he was not clergy. Ah, shit. Now it makes sense why they kidnap, rape, and murder bright mothers. Wait, who is Kazul? Felix asked confusedly. Sylvester sighed and responded with contempt in his voice. The bloody god of goblins. Chapter 74, Magic Might. Kazul is one of the sickest worshipped gods out there because his worshippers are the most disgusting beings alive. Sylvester disparaged. These goblins are hated by other subhumans too, as these creatures have brains to be sentient but choose to be backward heathens. Their culture glorifies kidnapping pure women to violate them and treat them as broodmares. The more women and children a goblin has, the higher their status is in their community. They are worth nothing but rotten bones in graves. But why are humans praying to the goblin god? Ex-slaves, Jax exclaimed. Just like how some in Saul thirst to get subhuman slaves, humans are also sold in Bestiaria as slaves. Maybe these ones used to belong to the goblins. Then they accepted their rule and eventually ran away. It was the only thing that made sense because there were no records of Kazul worshipping in the Saul continent otherwise. If this is the case, then we're likely on the right path. They attacked us. This means we have encroached on their area. All we need to do now is wait until the morning. Then while the Solis oversee us, we shall slay them, Sylvester announced. After that, all they had to do was hold their ground and be safe for the night. They had food with them, and they could create water and fire with magic. When the first ray of the morning sun fell on the land, the forest started to turn into its usual self. The vines began to freeze in their places, and the poison darts coming their way also vanished. Unfortunately for the attackers, the direction they were attacking from just confirmed to Sylvester where he needed to go. Let's move. He got up as Jax turned off the wind-rune shield since the sunlight had appeared. They just quickly ate some bread and leftover heated meat soup from last night and prepared themselves. Sanctum Inspectors, I shall accept any punishment you deem fit for disobeying your orders. I could not let my men die. Many of them have families to care for, and entering here would have been death. Sir Arnold apologized first thing after cleaning the mud from his body. Sylvester stopped the 7-foot-tall man of muscle and manliness. I can understand. You were late already, But we must prepare now. Activate all the runes your armors have. Prepare all the magic crystals you must. There may just be 6 of us, but our combined might must not be less than 600. Sylvester commanded the 6 men as he also put on his own armor. Felix was always wearing it, as was Sir Dalorum. Jax never revealed his rank or talents as he was an adventurer, and hence was not obliged to show the rank plate. Not that Sylvester and the team were doing it either, as they were out of the Holy Land. Gabriel had his own magical leather armor, while Sylvester had a run-down armor he got for a cheap deal from a retiring inquisitor. It was the same golden armor he used back in the tourney. His spear was shiny as ever, however. It was a legendary class weapon after all. As they returned to the water stream, they found the shore had changed mostly. "Where is the dinghy?" Gabriel wondered. "Taken by the vines last night. It seems we will have to move on foot. There has to be a way those sinners took. And why were they not attacked by the vines? There has to be something they have discovered that we have not." Sylvester reckoned and moved along. Over the water bodies, he tried to find any strong trees with thick branches reaching the other side. The flowing water was never too wide, so it was not much of a problem. However, they'd feel they were being watched from time to time, or suddenly, all their danger senses would shout at them to move fast. Sylvester knew it was probably one of the top predators in the forest. Thankfully, he had the birds for help, as whenever they would stop making too much noise or start making too much noise, it'd mean danger was near. "Wait," he showed his hand and stopped everyone behind him. There was something on the ground. It was too peculiar to be just a stone, so he dug it out. "This is a skull like the last one." "I found another one," Felix barked from the side. "Me too," Gabriel added. Sylvester looked around as far as he could. He could feel the despair in the air. It was coming from nearby, while the land he was walking on seemed to be full of bones of humanoid creatures. "I think we're close. Be careful. We're near the ruins. Remember, they were attacking us the whole night. They may be hiding and sleeping right now." He ordered and readied his spear. "Don't make any noise. If you see a sleeping one, end it right there." The 6 took long breaths and calmed their minds. Their goal was straightforward for the men: kill. However, Sylvester didn't decide to split the group, as he had no idea how many enemies were even there. So as he moved the large tree leaves and branches aside, he felt the land under his feet turn more full of soil, eventually turning red even. Then, after a few minutes of walking, they noticed the first structure. "Chonky, jump around the ruins and mark enemies," he ordered in whispers. With Muraj watching his front, he looked around at the ruins. The place appeared to be older than anything he had ever seen, as algae and vines had taken over most of the structures. However, a few stone blocks here and there were still visible. The structure appeared to have been a wide tower in the past, likely used to keep an eye. "Max, look," Felix called him. "Why is there an engraving of a crescent moon on every stone block?" Sylvester looked at it from closer. It appeared well-defined and old. "Sir Dalorum, what is the insignia of the Anti-Light sect?" "They have none. They simply use a pitch-black flag or black armband. I truly don't know what this crescent moon means, for even the heathens across the sea are not known to use it." Sir Dalorum answered, amazed at the fact there was possibly a lost civilization that used to live here. "More mystery to the world, I guess." He sighed and moved forward. Echiye. Whoosh. Out of nowhere, a dozen men in olive-green robes jumped out of surrounding bushes and rushed to attack the group. All of them had blowpipes on their backs and daggers in their hands. Finally, Felix exclaimed loudly and ran towards the enemy. Bam! Being 6'5" and bulky, Felix had a large sword that would put all longswords to shame. He used it to the fullest and slashed it down from above. In one strike, it sliced the enemy into 2. "They are weak," Felix shouted and aimed at the other men. Sylvester didn't waste time either and used his spear to swing it around himself and precisely make cuts on the necks of his enemies. He wished to stay as far away from the poisoned daggers as possible. It seemed that Jax was a jack of all trades, as he was casting magic while using his greatsword. Sir Dalaran was mainly using magic as well. At the same time, Gabriel, a wizard knight, used earth magic to trap his enemies and behead them with the sword. Sylvester utilized the limited abilities of the spear to the fullest. For example, he sometimes used the stretchable ribbon connected to it to throw the spear at nearby enemies and stab them right in their face, turning their brains into batter and retracting it. More are coming. Sylvester warned everyone and decided to use magic instead, his strong point. But first, he decided to lay some traps if this was going to be their battlefield. Cover me. With that call, Felix and Gabriel moved closer to Sylvester and guarded him. He, meanwhile, jumped around and placed rune formations on the land with his earth elemental magic. He perfectly hid it under the ground, so no one even knew it. The formation was called Crystal Trap Rune Formation, which, when stepped on, sends out tens of thin crystal spikes at force enough to impale a great rhino. Sylvester went overboard with it and placed them all around their initial perimeter, dozens, then a dozen more. Melting Flesh Trap Rune was also abundantly used to ensure enemies slow down. "All right, I've drawn the circle. Kill anyone that comes near it," he announced as he prepared for an S-grade attack that Sir Dalaran taught him, called Wiling Fire. "Let's see how much damage it does." "Butcher them," he roared and showed his palm towards the horde of heathens gathering outside. They all looked like humans, yet they were far from being one. In an instant, 5-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide tornadoes of fire appeared, coming out of his palm and taking form. He grinned and started efficiently controlling the tornadoes, burning anything in their way. Even if someone survived the crystal spike, he'd end them. This was by far the easiest fight to win, as the enemies were simpletons with basic knowledge of magic only. Nevertheless, they had an interesting fighting style, but sadly they were against Sylvester and his party. Slowly, the blood splattered around on the skeleton-riddled land. The red soil turned redder. Hills of dead bodies also started to appear because the six would kill their enemies before the latter could enter their defense circle. "This is going nowhere, we need to end this," Sylvester said. Makesy, out of nowhere, Murrej came running, his furry face looking distraught. He climbed Sylvester and spoke into his ear. "Quick, quick, they are trying to run in the big boat." Sylvester frowned and decided to end this. He roared at full power. "Everyone, stand beside me right now. This is an order." Sir Dalaran, Felix, and Gabriel were the first to jump beside him. Then came Sir Arnold out of obligation. The last was Jax, as he contemplated before following the order. But before they could ask Sylvester why he did that, he appeared to be closing his eyes and casting some sort of silent magic. "O Lord, grant your power to this loyal bard." Whoosh, all of a sudden, a giant 100-feet-wide rune circle appeared right above them, shining in bright white light and rotating. It made a magical buzzing noise, a sign of the rune's power. But Sylvester didn't stop there and added incantations silently. Then, once the enemies appeared to gain the courage to enter under the circle, Sylvester opened his eyes. Die. Bam. Thud. Boom. The rune was Deathlight Rain, Sylvester's move that summoned a rain of spears made of hardened light magic. They truly fell like rain and impaled all the heathens right in their place, planting them into the ground, unable to even fall. It was a gruesome death as it got them all. The few who survived died when the next spear fell on their skull, eye, throat, or groin. But Sylvester didn't wait to count the bodies as he rushed deeper, as Murrej pointed. "Follow me, they're trying to escape." In no time, they reached the larger ruins where decaying buildings were abundant. Hidden under vines, algae, and plants, surrounded by blood-red soil. But they all frowned at the scenes, for there were metal cages, hundreds of them placed one above another. A majority of them held women with bright gold religious robes and a wimple, some were even nude. They looked scared, hurt, and hopeless in there, yet defiant in some ways. Sylvester could smell the emotions in the air, but above all, with his anger, nothing could compare. He looked around and noticed a large transport boat docked in the waters nearby. It was full of people, some even women, but in the same clothes as heathens. "Stop!" a shout came as Sylvester moved. He looked towards the cages and noticed a man in black robes and a golden bracelet on his wrist. The face was clear, looking like a mix of a goblin and human. "Ah, stay back. I will kill this WH*re if you come close. You came here for them, didn't you? You don't want her to die. Let me leave, and you can take all these women back." He caught one bright mother from the cages by the hair and dragged her towards the boat. However, Sylvester showed no ounce of fear, worry, or confusion. Instead, he merely walked toward the man with his spear ready in his right arm, in the throwing position. "You went out of your way to hunt, R*P, murder these harmless women. Women who only vowed to do good, heal, and care for all, asking nothing in return. Respect was all they wanted to earn. They keep caring and caring like a mother, brightening the darkening light, ignoring their own plight. So no, you shall have no mercy from me. There shall be no judge or jury, only my fury." Whoosh! Chapter 75, Conspiracy. Splash! Arg! Sylvester's spear sliced faster than one could see. Not only that, he had mastered the ability to maneuver the spear midair using the little hand movements and air element. With this technique, he could do slight course corrections in real time. And the spear pierced straight into the half-human, half-goblin's chest with such force that he was thrown back and crashed into a tree, along with the spear which drilled through the tree trunk. The bright mother was fine, just scared as she lost strength in her legs. Sylvester quickly walked over to her and extended a helping hand. "Get up, bright mother. The church sent me. I am priest Sylvester Maximilian, often called the Bard of the Lord." The woman took his hand as if he was the god himself. "We knew it. They finally sent someone. Our misery will be over now. Thank you, Lord Bard. Here, some minor healing crystals are in here. Help the other women and get clothes for those who don't have them." He advised and looked at Gabriel. "Help them, please. I need to get some information from that heathen." Saying that, Sylvester walked towards the half-goblin man. He had specifically aimed his spear only to hit the man's non-vital parts. This was because he'd have to write a lengthy report soon, and he had to know the reason behind everything. "You will die, there is no denying it, but there can be mercy in how you die, and that's up to you. Answer me, and I shall show leniency. Lie, and I will forget all human decency," Sylvester warned as he rubbed a dagger's tip on the man's neck. "Arg, I will tell you. We're just children of human slaves from the goblin tribe. We have nothing to do with any killings. They only sent us here to kidnap pure women and bring them to our goblin clan leaders. Think, please, we want women to breed them, use them. Killing is a waste. The killing was not our decision. They made us do it according to the deal." Sylvester looked around. The faces of Sir Dolorum and Sir Arnold changed after hearing that. Some conspiracy was going on, it seemed. "Who made you kill them and why?" he asked. I can't tell you or they will kill my family and me," the man cried. Sylvester was having none of it, however. He glanced at Felix and ordered, "Kill one person from the boat randomly whenever he refuses to answer next." Felix nodded and walked to the boat in an instant. Seeing this also weakened the half-goblin's legs, but he could not fall down either, being impaled and stuck on the tree. "Give me the answers then," Sylvester roared. The half-goblin cried and yelled a name. "Inquisitor General Van Joseph. That old man from Rathburg." It was as if the thunder fell. Sylvester understood the implications of the words of this man. Stop slandering the general. Why would he do such a thing? I'm not lying. He allowed us to take whichever bright mother we wanted as long as we killed a few of them as per his command. I know not why. I just did it as he asked. Sir Arnold was angered and walked forward to punch the man in the guts. How dare you speak so foul about General? He is the holiest of us all. Do you believe we could conduct all these kidnappings for so long without getting caught, without getting found out by many other inspectors the church sent? Open your eyes. Your church is not that holy. I will kill you, Sir Arnold raged. Jack scoffed from a distance. This is why I didn't join the church, delusional as ever. Sylvester, however, pushed the man away as he smelled no lies. Calm down, Sir Arnold. We need him alive to see if he's lying or not. However, we do not need others. Felix, kill the rest of these heathens. No, please. But Sylvester did not care about the pleadings. I'm sure the pure women were also pleading the same before you killed them. R**ped them. As I said, expect no mercy from me. Felix didn't waste a moment and checked the boat first to see if there was any bright mother on it. But it seemed these were the female counterparts of half-goblins. Seeing that, he simply sank the boat into the water. The rest of the work was done by the cannibal vines as they pulled everyone down and killed them slowly. The one Sylvester had caught could only watch and cry in anguish, but his cries seemed to be inaudible by everyone else. He didn't exist in others' eyes. How do I proceed now? If what this man said is true, then this thing will turn too big. Are the previous inspectors involved too? It indeed didn't make sense why the previous sanctum inspectors didn't see the pattern. Sylvester wondered silently. But there was only one way to make things clear. It was to confront the accused and ask him questions directly. But he felt uncomfortable returning to the Inquisitor General's camp, as the man held authority over the men and could easily order them to counter-accuse him of something. Nothing is decided yet. We are sanctum inspectors and must investigate all angles before ending the case. We shall return and ask the Inquisitor General himself. Until then, you must control your emotions, Sir Arnold. Remember your vows. You are a servant of Solis first, not your commander. Sylvester nearly scolded the man. Eventually, the healing crystals cured all the bright mothers of their minor bruises. But sadly, it would take time before the mental scars reduce. Priest Sylvester, look at this cage. Sir Dalaram suddenly called him. Sylvester moved to see and was left speechless at the sight. Inside the cage were 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children. But they were not normal. Beastkins, what are they doing here? He asked as he watched the humanoid bear family sitting in the corner of the cage, looking scared. The male and the female had kept the 2 little kids hidden. The half-goblin, known to go by the name Gobo, was asked about the beastkins. Since the man had lost all hope and his will was crushed, he monotonously answered, "We got them from Beasteria to sell them to noble lords and make money to prolong our operation here." Sylvester was honestly sympathetic about this beastkin family. They, too, were as much of a victim as the bright mothers, and from the scared looks on their faces, they knew how the church treated subhumans. However, not today. Sylvester was the boss and his words were supreme. Although Felix had equal authority, even he knew he was less of a leader. So Sylvester lifted his right hand towards the beastkin family and sent a wave of light. The little chubby bear kids looked at him with awe suddenly. Then he started singing and made a halo behind his head, instantly changing the surrounding mood. The bright mothers closed their eyes and began to pray quickly. Sir Dalaram and Sir Arnold did the same. However, Felix and Gabriel were used to it. Blood is not what makes one a heathen. The Lord does what he does for a reason. From the depths of the deadly sins, one must know how to stay awake. Must never let their will break. There shall be light for all eventually. All must accept, by duty or unintentionally. The land, be it here or beyond. The warmth of Solis is one around. Your mind is a pond right now. You must open it to the sea of warmth. Allow your inner believer to come forth. So say the name of the Lord. This bard promises you won't be ignored. The Beastkin family, on the other hand, appeared to have a strange light in their eyes. They looked at Sylvester intently, as if they were looking at a god. Good, worship me, you poor souls. That's the only way for you to survive, Sylvester thought as he felt the smell of worship from the family. Solis is just and kind. He does not care if you look different, for we live on the same land where the sun shines. Get up, tell me your name, he asked the family softly while opening the cage. I am Kobo Gazira, and this is my wife and children, my lord. They speak not your language. Sylvester nodded. He could hear the strange accent in the man's voice too, but the fact that the man even knew it was amazing. Good. Sir Dalaran pushed that new dinghy into the water. Then, as he made small talk, the small dinghy was set up and prepared to head out at his order. Sylvester helped the Beastkin family get in. The family looked normal, except for their tails and the bear's ears and nose. The kids, however, seemed strange. One had a furry body, while the other only had ears and a nose to be recognized as a Beastkin. Similarly, the two adults appeared to have human skin but bare ears, nose, and tail. Follow the stream of water. You will be out of mangroves soon enough. Then head left and you shall arrive at Libertia, Sylvester said, and even handed them some food. Kobo knelt on the boat towards Sylvester, tears clear in his eyes as he did not expect to be let go. Thank you, great lord. I will forever remember this kindness. Sylvester shook his head. I am no lord, just a servant of the light. It is my duty to help people out of their plight. Go now. May the holy light enlighten your paths. With that, the family was let go. Sir Arnold was not happy, however. Why did you let them go? They are heathens. We should have ended them. Sylvester shook his head. You did not see what I did. There was worship in their eyes after seeing my light and hearing the hymns. They were very accepting of the faith. I have seen many even coming to Holy Land in pilgrimage months. And from what I have read about them, they don't follow one main god, which leaves them open to accepting other religions. From what I saw in their eyes today, they are now believers, but imagine when they spread the word and instill awe and respect for Solis wherever they live. We may just get some more Beastkin believers with this. Sir Dalaran agreed, winning them over with warmth and love. The first pope said that in his book. It seems those words stand correct for you. Sylvester nodded as he looked toward the downstream. I hope the family survives and we meet again. Maybe, just maybe, when the peace is gone and war resumes, these Beastkin clans will help us. However, before that, we have to clean our own homes, Sylvester added as his aura changed back to fury. Let's head back. First, the Inquisitor General must prove if he's a boon or bane to the church. He must truthfully answer or be removed like cancer. Chapter 76. It goes deeper. Sylvester had to ensure that all the 32 kidnapped Bright Mothers reached safety. It was his duty as a clergyman and also as a decent man. But he could not make up his mind if he should take them to Ranthburg because the primary accused and a high-ranking clergy of the church lived there. He was confused and a little nervous, wondering what he must do. The Inquisitors were supposed to help him whenever needed, but what happens when the boss of the Inquisitors is the bad guy? Not just any bad guy, but an archbishop, someone 3 ranks above his and likely power level enough to kill him with ease. This was expected from the start. Why am I worrying? I should start planning how to get to the truth instead. He shook his head and looked around. Then, seeing the Bright Mothers standing and able to walk, he decided it was time to go. Let's head back. It's going to be a long journey, but before that, Sir Arnold, may I have a word? As he called the man, he also nodded towards Sir Dalaran. silently telling the man to accompany him too. Soon the three were standing on the side. Sylvester was straightforward and respectful with his requests. "Sir Arnold, I shall ask you once, who do you serve?" The old man looked around, knowing why this was being asked. "I serve the light priest." "What would you do if the accusations by that heathen turned out to be true?" Sylvester added to the question. Sir Arnold frowned, knowing the darkness around the world. "I would slay that man for tarnishing the name of the Inquisitor branch I have served since I was young." Sylvester nodded as he felt no lies from the man, but instead there was anger. "Good. I shall return to the Ranthburg town and call the Inquisitor General for questioning. If he tries to flee or make a scene, I need you to take command of the situation, as not everyone is strictly loyal to the light of the Lord, sir." "I will, Priest Sylvester." "Great, let's move then." Sylvester rushed back to all the Bright Mothers. As everyone was in place, he decided to start. "Everyone, follow the person in front of you as precisely as possible. Place your foot in the place the previous one did. This forest is perilous. One wrong step could be your doom, so remember this." The women nodded and started following Sylvester's lead. Since there were about 32 women, they decided to stand after each 5 of them to ensure their safety. At last was Sir Arnold, as the man had experience. They walked on the same path they took that morning. However, the part after last night had changed entirely, so they had to make their way again. But Sylvester was at the front and was good at such work. With the help of the sun and shadow directions, he had already recognized which direction was the way back. So he kept that general direction in mind and kept moving, avoiding large water bodies and cutting down any large vine infestation in their way. Thankfully, they only saw some minor animals, not the great ones. But Sylvester reckoned this was the case because of the constant movement of the heathens. So they must have either killed the creatures or the creatures have moved away for a better place. Good for him, however. Sylvester tried his best to get out of the forest before the sunset, as managing and securing so many people would have been a headache. First, however, he picked up whatever value he could find from the heathen camp. Regardless, the half-goblin was still alive, just tied to Felix's back. The man was knocked unconscious for ease of travel, since he had gone mad after seeing his family die. "Just a little more, mothers. We will be out soon," he assured as he shined his body like a beacon of light. Each second Bright Mother also held a light crystal now, while Gabriel also emitted light from his hands. Jax, meanwhile, was somewhere in the middle, killing any small animals that came close. The night was falling, and they had just a little more to go. "I think we've reached the place. I hear sounds." Sylvester heard the noise of a camp. "I shall check." Sir Arnold walked forward as he was the commander of the army. Sylvester safeguarded all the Bright Mothers in the meantime. He was trying to ask them if they knew anything about anyone else being involved in the case or the killings. However, the common answer he got was that they didn't even know each other that well. Maybe some had seen each other during their initial days in the Holy Land. This meant that they had no idea what was even going on. "Priest, please come here," Sir Arnold called him. Sylvester took the Bright Mothers along and stood in front of the camp. But first, he needed to get these men to his own side, with so much frenzy that their devotion would appear they were possessed by Solis himself. He raised his right hand to silence everyone. It was already turning night, so he knew when he'd sing, he would look like a light bulb, which was what he wished to do. "My brethren, these women who stand beside me were hurt by the heathens. We were able to bring them back, but not all survived. They faced inhuman torture and fear, yet they showed no despair. So hear me and raise your arms and shields, for we are the men of the Holy Inquisition. Hunting sinners and heathens are in our definition." After turning up the heat a little, he roared at the top of his lungs. The bright yellow halo that usually stayed small behind his head suddenly increased its size. It shined brighter than the light of the sun, brighter than any stars. Oh, my mighty brothers! Look at the faces of mothers. Heathens dare lay their hands on them. Punishment is unfulfilled if only condemned. So hear me, young men of the Inquisition. It is time to follow our old tradition. Hunt, kill, burn the evildoers. Be it I, you, a lord or a ruler. If they are cruel, we can be crueler. Spare none or remain tarnished. How will you sleep in your grave when your enemy still isn't vanquished? Raise your swords and chant with me, for we are against the cancer-filled puss. Thus may glory embrace us. May the holy light enlighten us. May the holy light enlighten us. As his little hymn ended, he opened his eyes. The knights and wizards in front of the home raged with unfiltered emotions and anger. Since all bright mothers were perceived no less than birth mothers, anyone who lay hands on bright mother was touching their mother. Slay the sinners. Burn the heathens. We shall bring you their skulls. Lord Bard, who was it? We shall dry their blood under Soli's light. Various kinds of chants roared from the crowd. Sylvester had, in a minute, ensured that the people remembered where their loyalty lies, not with the money or whatever the Inquisitor General provided, but rather the church. We head back to Ranthburg now, he announced and started the march. There were only 250 men to begin with, and each had a horse, so it was fast to travel. They also carried bright mothers together. Ranthburg was close, but it was night, so they had to hurry. However, since they were passing through farm fields, it was safer. The Ranthburg town was still full of light and activities. Someone was always passing through there, and the taverns were forever full. Sylvester, however, didn't waste a moment and decided to go and confront the old man, Inquisitor General Joseph. So he first got the Bright Mother's accommodation in the local monastery, and then headed to the Inquisitor camp. But surprisingly, he didn't find the man there. Instead, he was told the Inquisitor General had gone to the nearby healer's building. So Sylvester followed, with the half-goblin along. However, he did not bring anyone else, for even one sanctum inspector was enough. He did not knock at the room door the man was staying in for reasons understandable. Instead, he looked the old man in the eyes, wondering how he got fooled by the former and how he would get a confession. "Why?" Sylvester asked. The old, white-bearded general looked at him. His eyes appeared dead already as multiple thoughts went into his mind. "What do you mean, priest?" Sylvester slapped the half-goblin and woke him up. Was this the man? The half-goblin stared blankly and started to nod. "Why, yes, this was it. The leader, he told me which bright mother to kill. If I did not, he would have killed my whole family, this bastard." Sylvester looked at the old man blankly, his senses appearing sharp enough to notice even the tiniest details. "Why? Why did you get bright mothers killed?" "I do not understand what you are talking about, priest. I am a respected member of the clergy. You cannot accuse me of such without due proof," Inquisitor General Joseph said, still trying to act calm, but his voice had started to rush. "And no one will believe you." "Ha-ha," Sylvester made a fake laugh. "Don't be naive, General. I am a sanctum inspector. Any confession made in front of me is admissible in the Holy Land. Now, don't make it harder for yourself, as I have called Inquisitor High Lord already. But your death is guaranteed and brutal if you do not confess before he comes here." "Do not try to fool me, boy," the Inquisitor General barked. He was the highest man in the camp and could not believe a mere priest could look down on him. But Sylvester scoffed. "He reached Goldstown in a few hours while it normally takes a few days, and you think he cannot come here?" Bam! Bam! Suddenly, from outside, the noise of a cane hitting the floor started to come through the corridor. Sylvester rushed. "He's here. Just tell me why you did it, and I will tell the Inquisitor High Lord to show some mercy." The old Inquisitor General saw his whole life flashing through his mind. Everything he gained was going to be ruined soon. He was angry but also helpless. "Inquisitor General, give me the answer," Sylvester pressed. The old man slowly started to whimper, making it worse for himself, but soon enough there was some reaction. I will tell you, please stop him. Do you want to know about me? Do you know how much we get paid for this kind of work? I have given my whole life to the church, yet I got nothing in return." But then one man came to me with a proposition, that he wished to mate with bright mothers and he would pay me. I merely got him the women for money. But slowly, a few bright mothers tried to bring the matter to the light. However, we found out and killed them, ensuring it was barbaric and all blame falls on heathens. Bam! Bam! The noise of the Lord Inquisitor's staff hitting the floor echoed. It was too close to the door, hence paling the man. Joseph quickly shouted the name in an instant in reaction. It was Count Ranthberg. He's a sick man. Sylvester nodded and got back up. "Fine, another noble. I will talk with the Inquisitor High Lord then. Stay here and pray that he does not decide to kill you." Sylvester quickly got up and left the room, ensuring he closed it first. "You can stop slamming the broom now, Felix." "He fell for it," Felix smirked, looking up. "Yeah, the blockhead fell for it." Chapter 77, Suspense. "So what now?" Felix asked, knowing very well that punishing an Inquisitor General was way above their level. Sylvester, however, was still not done with the interrogation. He had only stopped because he wanted to call Sir Arnold and make him hear it. After all, he'd need that man to take over the camp's command later. "My friend, we have a bigger headache. It seems that Count Ranthberg is the main man behind all this. Sylvester felt genuinely angry. That man is sick in mind, a heathen so blind. He likes to violate bright mothers and kills them if they dare voice. He made these half-goblins take care of these bright mothers, all with the help of Inquisitor General who wished for money." "So the purge it is," Felix muttered. Sylvester shook his head. "It's not that easy. We don't have the authority to do something to an archbishop-ranked clergy and a count-level noble." "Then, should we call someone from the Holy Land?" Sylvester denied that as well. "We can't, or that will be seen as our failure. They expect us to take care of our own problems. We're sanctum inspectors, after all. However, we do need official directions from the church to proceed further. I can arrest the Inquisitor General at most, but doing something to the Count won't be easy. The man likely has a small army and magical experts at his disposal." Sylvester tried to brainstorm a plan to finish this assignment quickly. It was a dilemma that he knew the culprit but could not do anything about it. Yet again, a reminder that just being a clergy cannot always help him. If he was stronger, he could have done much more. "I should not go to the Count before getting a reply from the Holy Land. Even if he learns about being found out, he can't escape once the church announces his excommunication." Sylvester reckoned. "I need to send a missive to the Holy Land. Let's find Sir Dalorum," he decided. They could not allow the old Inquisitor General to be left alone, as the man was still an arch-wizard-ranked clergy. He could easily overpower them. So Sylvester sent Felix to bring the man and also Sir Arnold. But he didn't let Sir Arnold join him as he didn't trust the man's loyalties. "Sir Dalorum, I need you to return to the Holy Land immediately. I would have sent Gabriel or Felix, but we don't have as many connections to get the right people to listen in time. You can get to Inquisitor High Lord in an instant or even higher." "What's the missive about?" Sir Dalorum asked. "Count Ranthberg is behind all the kidnappings and murders. He lusts for the pure women, specifically bright mothers. You know the punishment regarding this in the books, but I need orders from the top to go through," he explained in the least words. Sir Dalorum did frown at that, as was expected. But what the man said next revealed a new side of the world for Sylvester, how small his rank was. "In that case, I don't think even the resident archbishop of this county can do anything. A noble count is a rank too high. I shall immediately head out, priest. At best, it will take me 5 days to reach the Holy Land, then maybe 1 day to get the words across. I shall wait for you here then. In 10 days we shall march to the Count's castle. Until your return, I shall try to gather support from minor nobles in the county and devise a plan of invasion in the worst-case scenario. Sylvester handed the letter sealed with his official stamp on it. Here, please hurry in the Holy Land if you can. Sir Dalaram saluted. I am as angered as you by this, Priest Sylvester. I'm sure the superiors will be no exception. With that, Sir Dalaram quickly left on his trusted horse. It was just morning, so he could start immediately, and the many light crystals would be helpful. Sylvester began work from his side in an instant too. First, he called Sir Arnold, for the latter was to become the temporary general. But before that, he had to show the man that Inquisitor General Joseph was a sinner of the highest order. Stand here and listen calmly, sir. He left him with Felix and entered. He sat down in front of the Inquisitor General and held a parchment in hand. I have talked with the Inquisitor High Lord, and he has granted me 10 days to solve this mess, and if you cooperate, you shall get to keep living, albeit not as a member of the church. So, answer me truthfully, and don't force me to act brutally. He kept the most serious face possible to pull off the bluff. He knew it was working as he felt the odor of fear and anxiety from the old man in front of him, not to mention the latter's face had clear signs. Tell me, did you also participate in violating the Bright Mothers? No, General Joseph barked quickly as if he was offended. I would never do that. I never even looked at them with ulterior motives. I do not even know the names of the women that the Count fancied. I only received the money to make the things go away. Sylvester wrote everything down. What was the modus operandi? The Count loves traveling, especially to various monasteries across this Duchy of Ironstone. He would donate wealth to multiple monasteries and offer the Bright Mother of his liking to come and work at his castle to help the poor. He usually targets beautiful and young Bright Mothers with bubbly personalities. These women would eventually accept the offer for being naive and zealous to help the poor, not knowing they were stepping into the devil's den. There, they would be shackled and repeatedly violated by the Count only until he was bored. Then he would let that half-goblin man come, cut the Bright Mother in pieces, and throw the body in front of a monastery to give a barbarian-like clue to inspectors like you. Sylvester took a long breath in disgust. The man, as a count, had all the power and wealth one could only dream of, yet he chose to do this. Some people were truly sick in the head, it was clear. Many sanctum inspectors came before me. How did none of them find the clue and raid the goblin camp? Sylvester asked what was bugging him. Were they bribed too? The Inquisitor General tiredly nodded. Not all reached a conclusion, but for all who did, most took the money while only 2 wished to join the Count for a few days. I want names, Sylvester coldly ordered. Bishop Denkish and Bishop Longsmith, both of them did it. I should have done something, O Lord, what have I done? Sylvester did not pity the man, as he knew that these cries of guilt were not because the man felt sorry, but because he was caught. Yet you didn't. That's the reality of the situation. Even if you didn't participate in the crime, you became the enabler, a sinner. Sylvester got up to leave. What will happen to me now? The man asked. Sylvester shrugged. You will live. As a formless soul, Sylvester ended the sentence silently. Stay in this room until I tell you to come out. Do not meet anyone. Do not talk to anyone, or consider the deal over. I will not use my personal favors to stop the Inquisitor High Lord. Thud, Inquisitor General fell to his knees as his darkened, baggy eyes moistened. Thank you, Lords Bard. Sylvester did not respond. He stepped out of the room and locked it. Outside, he noticed the shocked face of Sir Arnold as the man sat on the floor with his back resting on the wall. The tall man looked visibly shaken, and it was understandable. I considered him my father. He's been my mentor since I was a kid. How could he do this? I wish to kill that disgusting sack of sin." Sylvester let the man burst out his anger in words. Then when it stopped, he spoke. "Sir Arnold, words from the Holy Land will arrive soon. You must take command now and tell the troops that the Inquisitor General is sick. We need to prepare to siege the Count's castle." Sir Arnold shook his head quickly. "We must never let things go that wrong, priest. Count Ranthberg's castle is impenetrable. One of its sides is a deep cliff, while the other has large walls. It's even situated on a hill, giving it a wide view." "Well, you just jinxed it then," Sylvester thought. "Don't worry, we will try all alternate methods. A full siege is the last resort. Let's go now, we have work." It took Sir Dalorum 5 days to reach the Holy Land. He was tired and smelled like piss due to not taking any breaks other than sleeping and eating. And even after entering the Holy Land, he didn't wait and went directly to meet the Inquisitor High Lord, as the man can then directly forward the letter to the Sanctum Council. As expected, after Inquisitor High Lord opened the sealed letter, his eyes behind the visor shined in rage. He was still recuperating from his recent injuries. Otherwise, he would have gone to deal with this himself. Without wasting any moment, he went to the Pope immediately and called Saint Wazir with him. "Read this." The Pope took it first, and the frown turned into anger with each line. Then he passed it to Saint Wazir. Having half-goblins infiltrating was surprising enough, but betrayal from our own hurts the most, from an Inquisitor General of all people. The Inquisitor High Lord felt ashamed by that. Any taint on the name of Inquisition was akin to a mortal wound. There is no salvation from this. The Pope agreed. "I agree. This Inquisitor General has tarnished the name of the Church. If this scandal comes out in the open, it will destroy the name of Bright Mothers. No lady will join this saintly organization anymore." Saint Wazir, however, noticed exactly what Sylvester did. The clues were so obvious. Why were they not noticed by other inspectors? The Pope clenched his fist in anger as the answer was clear. "Filth, all around them. This is unacceptable, unholy. The faith shall not forgive those involved. We must remind the world of what happens when one disrespects solis and neglects their holy duties. Lord Inquisitor and Saint Wazir, I care not what must be done. I care not who we must send. I want the heathen's end." "Your Holiness, what about Count Ranthberg?" Saint Wazir asked, as the matter of civilian nobles required the Pope's authority. Only the Pope could supersede the local king's rule. The Pope grunted and walked over to his desk. He picked up the quill and started writing, soon to stamp it with his seal. "Send this over." But Saint Wazir felt his eyes pop out after looking at it. Pardon me, Your Holiness, but is this appropriate? This is too much authority for." "Do as I command, Wazir. We were deceived. We must ensure on a silver platter their punishment is received. As for the young lad, he has played on my lap since he was a babe. I know his limits, his strengths, and so does he. He can handle this situation well. Now leave." Chapter 78, Slight Inconvenience. Sylvester was making rounds in the county of Ranthberg. There was one city, 3 towns, and countless smaller villages. Thankfully, the Yggdrasil School of Magic was not in the Count's land, or he'd have a bigger problem at hand. "Baron Ronald Chimmonk, when the time comes, I hope you choose the light that makes our days bright. We shall punish the heathens today or tomorrow. There can be delays, but they shall come." Sylvester met with the local baron of the land and indirectly warned the man. Sylvester did not have to worry much for the minor nobles of baron rank, as these people usually get ready even to kill themselves for a favor from the faith, especially when it's someone like a god's favored. The baron was an ordinary old beer-bellied man with no talent in knighthood or magic. Even his land was nothing special, simply earning money from agriculture. So, it was easy for Sylvester. In the days, Sylvester had made a list of nobles in the land who were close to the Count and those who were neutral. Some even hated the Count, so he used them as well. By the time Sir Dalaran was on his way back, Sylvester had gotten more than half of the lords to his side. Now, it was a matter of time before the Count was arrested. However, it was known to him that the Count had found out his folly had been caught. So the Count's castle had been locked down, and he had gathered the armies, and all the protective measures needed were being taken. But for what? Ultimately, even if he hides in the planet's center, he can't run. If not I, then a guardian of light, or even the Pope, might come to punish him. Sylvester muttered in a small meeting with Sir Arnold. But priests to try to enter that castle, it will be akin to a horde of sheep trying to enter a den of lions. We are understaffed and underpowered to fight them, Sir Arnold warned. But Sylvester's own hands were tied. He was not going to get inside that castle on his own. It was suicide. It does not matter if he has 2 arch-wizards and a diamond knight. What matters is that they are standing against the light of the Lord. I merely need to remind them that their sins will not be ignored. Knock, knock. Felix entered with Gabriel and Sir Dalaran behind him. The moment they had been waiting for had finally come. So, Sylvester inquired. I don't know, Priest Sylvester. The letter they sent has the Pope's seal. I am far too lowly to open it and read. Sir Dalaran handed the letter over. Sylvester nodded and forced open the seal. First, however, he had to knock on a certain furry beast who shoved his head over the letter to read it. But when he finally read it, his face remained the same, yet his heart skipped a beat. The implications of this rank, this much authority. It was far too overbearing for someone of his magical status. But he did not let others feel his emotions, for he was the leader. It seems I have been given a temporary promotion, my holy companions. What is it? Felix took the letter to read. Ah, and once he read it, the letter just fell out of his frozen hands, agape mouth, and eyes wide open in shock. Sir Arnold picked it up and looked. He was a rather stoic man of honor and rules, so he saluted Sylvester with the utmost respect instead of being shocked. Your Eminence, what are the orders? Sylvester took a long breath and made the decision quickly. Gather the inquisitors and call the Holy Army from barracks. Tell the chief archbishop of the county to be present as well. This is an order. Very well, I shall report to you in 1 hour. Sir Arnold left with no more questions asked. Sylvester looked at Sir Dalaran and Gabriel's curious faces and clarified. Everyone, I have been temporarily made the additional Cardinal Suprema of Ironstone Duchy. I, with the permanent Cardinal Suprema, control every aspect of the church in this duchy and can uphold the law in accordance with the law of light. Gabriel gulped. That's like 1 rank below the Pope. Sylvester rolled his eyes. No, you're wrong. Even the saints of Sanctum Council as cardinals don't make them 1 rank below the Pope, but I sure am like a king of this duchy now. Anyway, it's time to lay siege to the castle. I will give him 24 hours to surrender first. As per his command, everyone scurried and started preparing for the departure. Sylvester donned his armor, quickly put the spear on the back, and went to the large training field of the Inquisitor camp. Sitting atop his horse, he stayed there and waited for everyone else to gather. He also had a short golden staff in his hand. It was not magical but only cosmetic, for it showed his rank of Cardinal Suprema in the land. Makesy I eat this staff? Chonky asked from the shoulder, staring at the shining staff. I would love you to, but sadly I must return this in 1 piece after this assignment is over. Sylvester sounded sad, not for losing the staff, but for the fact this rank was temporary. Yet, albeit understandably, he couldn't help but savor the authority he felt. He could basically condemn any noble other than the Duke to death. Your Eminence. Sylvester looked toward the voice. It turned out to be the Archbishop of the county, a middle-aged man with a short stubble beard. He wore typical church robes, but the chest plate showed he was a master wizard, the same rank as Sylvester. Archbishop Ludwig, I hope you came prepared to fight, Sylvester noted, knowing very well the man's career was over. After all this happened under his nose. All Bright Mothers are the responsibility of the administration head of that region, not the inquisitors, so even if the archbishop was not involved, he would be treated the same way as the inquisitor general, but later. Of course, your eminence, I have called the entire county's holy army. We will lay siege just in time if the negotiations do not go well. I have also sent men to guard the perimeters to ensure the count does not escape. Sylvester nodded and didn't say much else. As he was superior, he could not act too nice or friendly with the men, or else some may forget their rank and try to overreach. Soon after, the men started arriving on their horses or feet. Each had their Inquisition armor on and the blades ready. Eventually, Sir Arnold also came, along with Sylvester's friends. In total, there were nearly 3,000 soldiers. Sadly, they had no arch-wizards, as the Inquisitors were never supposed to fight a powerful enemy. Only the Inquisitor General was, but the man remained arrested. However, Diamond Knights were plenty, as Inquisition was a profession to the liking of knights. However, the Holy Army had 2 commanders of arch-wizard rank and a few more men of Golden Knight rank. So, Sylvester was going to wait for the Holy Army before making a big move. For now, he addressed the crowd with some wise words and rhymes. These were the usual, accompanied by the halo and light from his palm. After all, he was taking these men to battle, some of whom may die. But at least they will have the solace that the Lord was on their side with this. My brothers of the Holy Inquisition, your blades shall move with precision. Today we show our proper disposition. May the light of Solis shine upon us. The warmth embraces us in its arm. Even if death lays hands upon us, we shall save the realm from harm. I say, merciful is our beloved Lord. But against this slight mercy we can't afford. No forgiveness shall come from this bard. Roar with me, men of light. For we stand for what is right. We ensure that tomorrow stays bright. Today they shall know our true wraths. May the holy light enlighten our paths. Amen. Amen. The men of the Inquisitor thumped their boots on the ground and their gauntlets on shields. The beautiful song of anger and adore rang far and wide. Even if someone didn't know, now there was nothing to hide. The war trumpets rang soon after, and the army left the campgrounds at the first light of the dawn. The castle of the Count was not too far, however, but a surprise was awaiting Sylvester as they reached closer to their destination. Instead of being greeted by an army, he saw 2 old men in neat, expensive, knightly armor. Both looked highborn from the way they presented themselves too. Your Eminence, the 2 knights knelt before Sir Dalorum, thinking he was the big guy. He is the Cardinal Suprema. Sir Dalorum brushed them aside and stepped away. Sylvester folded his arms and looked down at the 2 knights. He could smell the faint fear and anxiety from the 2. I presume you work for the Count. The 2 nodded and one spoke, even though he was surprised by how young Sylvester looked. Your Eminence, we are the generals of Count Ranthberg. We are devoted followers of Solis. We did not know the folly our Lord was committing. We wish to have nothing to do with him, believe us. Lies, Sylvester muttered inside. The sour smell and taste in his mouth clearly ascertained it. What are your ranks? He inquired. Golden Knight. Golden Knight as well, your Eminence. Sylvester nodded, knowing that these 2 knew what their lord was doing. But now that they were caught and the church was after them, this was their way of saving their necks. But he could not kill them yet. Sir Arnold put them in chains and bring them along. We shall let them go after Count surrenders. The Inquisitors swiftly followed his command, and their procession soon reached the desired destination. The castle stood before them, its high walls stopping the full view. Moreover, the gates were closed and the small village outside was empty already. They surrounded the castle, it being easy as on the other side was a deep cliff. Sylvester called the two generals forward. "Shout and tell your lord to surrender, or his sins will soon pass on to his bloodline, and then don't expect me to keep the family of the Count fine. Trust me, you don't want anyone else from the Holy Land to come here." The two generals nodded and walked a little closer to the castle walls. Then they started shouting at the top of their lungs. "My lord, please surrender. Think about your wife, your son, your family." Sylvester whispered to Sir Dalorum at the same time while he looked at the two generals. "Whenever we're done with this, slit their throats. They knew about their lord's activities." Sir Dalorum didn't question how Sylvester knew. It was not the time or place to ask. "Understood, your eminence." "Urg, shut up, you traitors." All of a sudden, a third shout came. This time it was from the top of the wall. As everyone looked up, the figure of a tall, balding, ugly man appeared. But what angered them all was the woman he held in front of him, clutched in his arm with one hand on her neck, knife-clad. "You two bastards, you enjoyed the women too. I know what you did after I was done playing." The man, clearly the Count, clamored. He then looked down at the Inquisitor army, Sylvester, and the rest in sneer. "You all. Are you willing to die for these useless women? Fine, I have a bright mother with me here, and if you do not grant me safe passage, I shall kill her too, right in front of you. I wonder what they will say about your so-called order then." Sylvester grunted silently, not tensed or scared in the least. Just another mindless, rambling man. "What is your command, your eminence?" Sir Arnold questioned, knowing they could not let the bright mother die. Sylvester knew that too, so he simply sighed and started walking away from the army to the left. "This is merely a small inconvenience. I will deal with him. You prepare to enter the castle. Send someone to make the Holy Army haste." "Understood, your eminence." Sylvester silently gestured to his team to stay away. Then once he was alone, he commanded softly, "Chonky, I choose you." Chapter 79, Orders. Meow meow. Murrej was shocked to hear his name being called, not knowing how he could be helpful in this case. He was no dragon after all. Sylvester picked the furry boy and held him in front of his face. Both have been companions for more than a decade and trust each other. They looked into each other's eyes as if talking without speaking. "Chonky, do you trust me?" Murrej looked back at the castle in the distance, then turned back to Sylvester. "No." Sylvester laughed wryly. "Ata boy, you're turning into a better spy every day. All right, I'm going to throw you to that castle wall. You go and cut that fat lord's tendons." "My sharp nails can't do that, Makesy," Murrej argued. Sylvester quickly took out a small but sharp knife from his armor pocket and handed it to Murrej. "There you go. Now you just go there and get him to step away from the bright mother. Then stay with them and listen to all their secret plans." Murrej looked at the knife in his paws. He didn't like this feeling, for he knew he was no bird. He glanced again at the high wall but couldn't imagine climbing it easily. "I die if I go." "Come on, Chonky. I have calculated everything. You are about 20 kilos and the height of the wall is nearly 30 meters. I can throw you 35 meters in the air, so you will freefall for 5 meters at gravity. So, using the work energy principle, I know your impact force will be 9,800 newtons. That's easily manageable for your strong, stretchable body." Sylvester smartly argued, as he seriously had done the calculations before the idea of throwing Murrej came to his mind. "Who is Newton?" Murrej asked curiously. "A man who loved apples a bit too much." "Apples, not banana. I don't like this Newton," Murrej declared his most hated person. Sylvester chuckled and prepared to throw him after glancing at the sky, which appeared cloudy, and birds flew low. "Good. Likewise, pal, now get ready to go and be my little Robin Hood. 1, 2, go." O Naiwo! Murray's loud and echoing meow resounded in the air as he was launched like a missile. Sylvester was precise with his aim as he had practiced countless times with his spear. One chubby cat was no different. But now he was to move on with the plan, as his wish was to avoid battle altogether because the enemy had two arch-wizards, and these folks could quickly turn the Inquisitor army into a gory paste of meat, bones, and blood. What happened? Felix asked him in a rush. He was always restless, ready to use his arm before his brain. Just wait, we will have the Count brought to us soon. Murraj was a cunning master of speed and agility. He was the best boy in the world, always helping his human kid. His eyes remained focused on the target, for the game of death he had started. Then, swiftly, he darted towards the target and reached behind the fat Count of Ranthburg. He held the sharp knife in his mighty sharp jaws and went for it. Slash! Slash! Like the wind, he made a deep cut on the tendons of the feet. In an instant, the Count cried in pain and fell back on his butt, losing power in his legs. Arg! The bright mother found an opportunity and got away from the man. She looked down at the army of Inquisitors and contemplated jumping. But she had no magic, and the Inquisitors were too far away. However, Murraj was not done. Chonky shall slit your wrists next. He jumped around and with precision made the cuts on the back of the hand. Slash. What's happening? I can't move, Count Ranthburg cried in pain and panic. He could not see anything around himself or hear anything other than strange cat noises. Guards, protect me. However, how were the guards supposed to protect him from an invisible foe? Murraj aimed at the shoulders next and zoomed past like the wind to make another cut. Slash. What is happening? Ah, bring the healer, take me to the healer. Count Ranthburg started hyperventilating. However, the real game was merely starting from Sylvester's side. Suddenly, a voice boomed around the castle walls, reaching all. O Lord, this man deserves no mercy, but why hurt the innocents? Do not show your wrath upon this land. Let the Count suffer alone. Sylvester's voice echoed as if coming out of all directions. In reality, he was using air manipulation magic to amplify his voice. It was not easy but doable as long as there were walls around for the voice to collide. All started to look around at the sky dumbly. There were dark clouds now, making it appear as if night had fallen, but it was still the middle of the day, and the clouds in the distance didn't look common. Boom! Thunder burst all of a sudden. The storm Sylvester had predicted from bird behavior, changes in wind, and the temperature had come true, and he was going to use it to the fullest. The seniors of Ranthburg County come out with the Bright Mother, so you do not have to face the wrath of the faith. You may win today, but can you assure me you will win when the ire of the Inquisitor High Lord reaches you? When his fire burn you, he roared. Look at your master. Even the gods are punishing him in mysterious ways. His message was clearly for the mighty men and women inside the castle. No amount of fortune is worth it. In the end, if you accept this heathen money, your reward will be death too, and if you protect this man, you will be seen as his accomplices, Sylvester added. Ah, my eyes, Count Ranthburg suddenly screamed. Murraj had not yet stopped and was still strong with his strategic stabbing. Sylvester took advantage and raised his hands towards the sky while producing light from his palms. Hear the roar of nature. The sky is angered. Hear the wind clamor, for all the signs are there. One question is left now. Are you aware? I shall give you one day. If you do not come out with the Bright Mother or any other Bright Mother in your possession safely, I will call forth the might of the Holy Land. One day. Remember that. As his announcement concluded, he turned around and nodded at Sir Arnold. Soon the latter made the calls to set up the camp, and the Inquisitors started to move around. By doing this, Sylvester was not only buying the Holy Army some time, but also creating a possibility that the battle might not even happen. Sylvester was the main commander at the moment, so they set his tent in the middle of the encirclement. This was the first time he was being shown such high honor, perks of his new temporary promotion. But none of them felt like sleeping and instead discussed what they should do next. Can we not infiltrate the castle? Felix wondered. No, they have 2 arch-wizards and many lower-ranked knights and wizards. They likely have set runes to detect any trespassing. There are only 2 easy things that can go from here. Sylvester started. Either their powerhouses surrender to us or we go for an all-out battle. Once the rest of the army arrives, we will have the upper hand. What about the Bright Mother? Sir Arnold questioned. I can't save everyone, Sylvester thought, but he could not say that out loud. That's why you should hope the first situation happens. Now I suggest you all take some rest. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Indeed, hope was all they could do. Sylvester had read the various laws in order to become a sanctum inspector. One of the highest priorities an inspector must ensure is that they, at all costs, avoid wars from happening. The Holy Land didn't want any human resources to die before the next invasion by Bestiaria. It's getting colder these days, he muttered as the night slowly arrived. The camp got engulfed with lanterns and brightened every part. The patrol guards made their rounds in shifts. The owls sang their menacing songs while wolves howled in the distance. Meanwhile, those inside the castle knew that Sylvester didn't foolishly set the camp there, as the second goal was to stop all supplies to the castle and slowly starve everyone. This very common technique could be devastating for a castle located on a cliff. I need to focus on increasing my strength and my clergy rank. My plan to live a peaceful life away from the church is down the drains already. Even a blind man can see I have the best odds of being proclaimed the true God's favored. There's no way they'll allow me to leave. Sylvester thought about his fate at the same time. The only thing that scared him the most now was his own blood. He felt nervous, borderline scared of sleeping in the presence of anyone or living in the Holy Land, out of the possibility that someone would test his blood. Not to mention, he still had one mystery to solve. Where is Marcus? But out of all, nighttime was not his favorite part of life, for it leaves his mind open to thinking about his life's strife. 16 years, it had been so long since he took his first breath in this strange world, yet he felt his life was a mystery still tightly furled. He often reckoned that he was so blessed yet so cursed. He thinks about reincarnation and how illusory it seems even now. But at the same time, he'd curse as death seemed better than this life. I'm too old for this, he'd say. He lay on his back on the makeshift wool bed, arms crossed behind his head. He looked at the dark ceiling of the tent, emptiness apparent in his eyes, yet so profound. What are you thinking, Max? Felix asked, resting on his wool bed a few feet beside Sylvester. With a sigh, Sylvester shook his head. Nothing, just remembered someone important, someone who died today. How important? Felix pried more. Extremely. Who is I? P.A. Before Felix could ask further, the war trumpet resounded and woke up all. Sylvester quickly tied his long hair in the back and headed out, as he never removed the armor. Your Eminence, it seems they have decided. The 2 arch-wizards from the castle are coming out with Bright Mother, Sir Arnold chirped excitedly. That's gree. Sylvester swallowed his words back when all of a sudden he felt the ground shake. It felt like déjà vu, and soon he heard loud voices, shouting in unison, singing. A minute more, and he recognized the voice. Why is there another Inquisitor unit from the Holy Land here? The singing voices only amplified with the echoing steps of the march, thud, thud. Let the marching of the Lord. Spill the blood, spill the blood. Let the justice of the Lord. Here's my sword, here's my sword. Heathens made the light obscure. Our blades are so pure, the blessed cure. This tragic pain in mind of yours. You shan't endure, you shan't endure. We find the witches, we find the heathens. Pure our minds, we're men on a mission. Rain or snow, no matter the condition. No tainted desires, our honor you can't question. We are the mighty men of the Holy Inquisition. In an orderly fashion, 5 armored wizards and knights on horses in the lead led the marching inquisitors into the camp. But the march did not stop until it neared Sylvester's tent. That was when one of the men from the horses got down and saluted Sylvester, for he was a cardinal, even if temporary. Cardinal Suprema, Sylvester Maximilian, orders from Saint Wazir. Sylvester quickly took the sealed letter and tore it open. It was written in the formal format used by sanctum inspectors, and it was a command this time straight from the top. Fuck, he could not curse louder sadly, so this is going to be a clean-up job now. He faced the tall knight beside him and forwarded the orders. Sir Arnold, initiate Article 66. Chapter 80, Purge. Article 66. As per the Holy Law of Light, the sacred tome which detailed all sins and their punishment, Article 66 is an annihilation and cleanup order given when the sanctity of the Church is at stake. When it's reasoned that letting some people live will do more harm than good, even if there is a chance of rehabilitation. Hence, the order was simply called Article Purge sometimes. Sir Arnold and Sir Dalorum were men of the Inquisition, so it was not something too strange for them. But Felix and Gabriel were taken aback. Sylvester explained further. The Church likely believes that letting this incident be known around will only bolster criminals to hurt more bright mothers. Therefore, they presumably wish to erase this incident from history. Your Eminence, I am Bishop Morris, an arch-wizard. With me are 2 more arch-wizards and 2 diamond knights. We have been dispatched to assist you in completing this task. The leading man respectfully said. In short, you're here to ensure the job is done right, Sylvester thought. Good, but first, let me deal with those 2 archbishops. He pointed toward 3 figures coming from the castle. These 2 were the only biggest powerhouses of the Count, but they also likely knew about the whole incident. Hence, Article 66 was applied to them as well. We have brought the Darkstone cuffs. We do not need to fight, Your Eminence, Bishop Morris suggested. However, Sylvester denied it, as it was a waste of time. His goal was to get the Bright Mother out and deal with the powerhouses. Just stay silent. Saying that, he held his spear firmly and walked alone towards the incoming men. They seemed old and most likely had reached their peak, which was arch-wizard rank. However, by merely smelling the emotions, Sylvester learned the 2 men were genuinely scared and were not scheming. This makes things easy. Sorry, old boys, good soldiers follow orders for now, he muttered as he reached them. Then midway, he stopped and let the arch-wizards and the Bright Mother reach him. He stood tall, full of confidence as his hair and the short red cape fluttered in the wind. He looked rather handsome for even men, but it often helped him lure the target in, as bad as it may seem. I pay my respects to His Eminence. I am Arch-Wizard Lord Tonoris. And this is my brother, Lord Icarus. The 2 old men stopped in front of him. But Sylvester kept glancing at the scared woman. Her eyes looked baggy as if she had not slept in weeks, while her pupils seemed dilated as if still in a shocked state. Poor woman, I can't imagine what they did to her. Seeing her up close, he lost all pity for the 2 men he was about to kill. As the Count said, the 2 also hurt the Bright Mothers. Who knows who else did it too? The entire house of Ranthberg was nothing but filth. However, before he commenced the purge, he had to get the Bright Mother to safety. Mother, was there anyone else with you? He asked her seriously while shoving the 2 arch-wizards to the side. The fear in their hearts increased even more, although Sylvester didn't exactly know why other than his tone. The woman's eyes teared up when she heard him calling her mother with respect and worry. She ran forward and hugged Sylvester and just wailed loudly. And no, it was just me. Her words resounded throughout the silent battlefield. All eyes were on her. Many were filled with pity and shame. Sylvester just caressed the back of her head on his shoulder. He pitied her, as this was not the work she had signed up for. Bright mothers were supposed to be given the highest safety, but he saw their exploitation here. "The church has failed you, mother. Come, we shall return home now." He walked her towards the camp. Midway, Felix and Gabriel helped her, as there were no other women, and the two were the youngest boys. Sylvester let her go and stopped midway. The two arch-wizards were standing behind him, unsuspecting of what went on in Sylvester's mind, clearly showing their fear with the odor. Article 66 is justice in this case. Whoosh! Thud, thud. It happened so fast that no one even saw the whole thing. All they noticed was two old men's bodies falling slowly, and their throats spraying blood like a geyser. The two men's eyes stayed wide open in shock. All they could do was watch as the vision dimmed. Sylvester jerked the spear and cleaned its blade from the blood stains. He may be a rank smaller than the two, but he was also a knight and had better physical strength. If it were a long fight, he'd have lost, however. He looked back at the men. The Holy Army had not yet come, but it was better this way. "Men of the Inquisition, I have received the words from Saint Wazir, the Lord Inquisitor and the Holy Father. What these vile heathens have done is beyond redemption. For their sins, the Ranthberg family has been wholly excommunicated, and Article 66 is sanctioned against them. So hear my words, lift your swords. It's time to chop their evil cords. We shall not allow a single man or woman to remain alive there, for we are the justice. We slay as we chant our prayer. Go, my holy brothers, leave none alive except bobbies that can't walk or talk. May the holy light guide the heathen souls to their demise. Amen." The inquisitors boomed in unison and roared. They clinked their swords, shields, and spears. The wizards created elaborate spells that lit up the night sky. "Burn them!" Sir Arnold charged straight to the castle with his men in tow. Meanwhile, the inquisitors from Holy Land were slow but far more destructive, as they were sent here with the command. They directly destroyed the castle as if it were a house of cards. First were the boundary walls, and they were easily obliterated by the three arch-wizards, as they used earth runes to dismantle them. It was pitiful even to call the Count's men a resistance, as they just gave up as soon as the inquisitors reached them. As the supreme commander of the operation, Sylvester slowly entered the premises. As he walked into the castle halls, he only found blood, bodies, and chopped limbs here and there. The massacre was merciless and random. There were bodies of young ones too, but sadly Sylvester could not save them, as toddlers were also included in Article 66 laws. Only bobbies were spared because they could not remember anything at this stage. They will instead be taken by the church as orphans and then be nourished. They will never know about their family's past because it will be a secret in some administration files. He moved from room to room and checked every nook and cranny, not to kill, but to ensure no baby was left, for the fate of the castle was not going to be good. "Your Eminence, look here." Suddenly an inquisitor called him. It turned out to be a room in the basement. It had blood around the walls and on the floor. This was definitely a room with some dark memories attached, where so many lives were snatched. "Did you find the Count?" "Not yet, Your Eminence," the inquisitor quickly hurried. The bloodbath also included the servants of the family, the slaves as well, and although it was distasteful to kill them, he knew that he must thoroughly tie the loose ends. The massacre lasted a few hours, leaving behind bloody footprints everywhere. Only the Count was caught alive, however. Sylvester didn't have anything special for him. He just needed proof that the man was dead, so he was going to do it himself. "I won't even ask you for any last wishes, for I wish to grant you none." Sylvester aimed his spear at the kneeling Count's neck. The Count had accepted his fate, however. There was no regret in the man's eyes, but rather defiance. The fat lord sneered at Sylvester. "I regret nothing, slave of the church. I did what I wished. My noble blood gave me that right. Sylvester scoffed and thrust the spear forward. Then show me that noble blood. Whoosh! The spear passed through Count Ranthberg's skull in one swoop and came out of his nape. The Count's body fell back, twitching like a dying fish. With that, finally, Ranthberg House was finished, and some new Count will be chosen by a process he didn't care about. Sylvester simply wished to have some rest now, as he'd been running around since the moment the assignment started. But it was not over yet, as he found two bobbies in his arms soon after, while he watched the castle burning down slowly to its ashes, exploding now and then, and revealing the elaborate labyrinth under it. He looked at the bobbies and sighed internally. He could not kill them no matter what, as they were too small to be held responsible for the crime of their family. Don't worry, the Holy Land will be your new home. Sir Dalaran hold them. He passed the two bobbies and gathered the army. The castle was turning into ashes anyway, so all they had to do was wait. But Sylvester had another thing to do. It was to arrest the Inquisitor General, Van Joseph, for his crimes, someone equally responsible as the Count. The man had been left with Jax, as Sylvester didn't trust the adventurer enough to keep him beside. So he arrived with a few arch-wizards. They were to transport the man to the Holy Land, so he would get punished publicly, and be an example of the Church's wrath. General Joseph, time to head back. The Ranthberg family has faced Article 66. Sylvester called the man over. However, the man didn't budge. Where is the Lord Inquisitor? I wish to talk to him first. He returned to the Holy Land, Sylvester replied. Lies, General Joseph argued and stood up, angered. He was never here, was he? You played a game with me, lied to me to make me speak. Seeing the anger exploding, the arch-wizards with Sylvester stood in front of him as guards. I am the additional Cardinal Suprema. You must obey me for a trial, or I shall judge you right here, Sylvester ordered. I will not go down so easily, favored one. Let's see how powerful you are. Joseph's true nature came out in a moment of panic. He tried to use magic to harm. However, just then, the arm of Jax, the adventurer, rested on Joseph's shoulder. In an instant, Joseph calmed down as if he was scared out of his wits, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. You reap what you sow, General. So stand down and face the consequences of your actions, transgressions. What was that? Sylvester felt the scene was too strange. He could feel the fear rising in General Joseph's heart while Jax seemed to reek of death. How powerful is Jax? Why is he with us? Sylvester had 1,000 questions, but he'd rather not have a new enemy at this stage, so he decided to investigate the man later in the guilds of Holy Land. Men of Inquisition, put the Darkstone cuffs on him, then let's head back. I wish to report to Lord Wazir as soon as possible, he ordered tiredly. For now, he only wished to return home quickly, rest, and then take off for another assignment. Also, check up on Xavia if she's still alive. I hope she didn't kill herself from malnutrition. The woman is too lazy to cook when I'm not around. He thought, but this time he was wrong, for even Xavia had a new fire in her heart. A fire to rise and reach high, and he was in for a surprise.